Meet the Death Knight again.
Welcome back to That One Nights, baby. We are on episode 7 now.
Mm-hmm.
7. Lucky 7, that's my lucky number.
Wait, that's our level 2.
Oh, it is? Yeah.
Wow.
The stars are aligning, dude. Now you guys are all gonna die.
We're all going to
Well, we got episode
Way
7.
overdue.
Yeah, I guess we'll go straight into the plugs, I guess. Be sure to check out, we have all of these VODs and everything we stream up on YouTube. Trying to push the YouTubes heavy. That's Nat One Nights on YouTube. All of our links you can find everywhere. But we stream on Twitch, and we also have a Patreon, where if you become a patron, I think our lowest patron level is $1. I think it's $1. But you get early access to all of our VODs. So after we're done streaming on Twitch, I get those up on our Patreon a day or two or a week before they go up on YouTube. So you get that, as well as some behind the scenes. I think Josh and I got up a setup tour video. You can see everything we got going on in this shithole. But yeah, we got that, and then also behind the scenes videos of each episode. So after each episode, you can get the reactions, like a 15 minutes, 20 minutes after each of our sessions. And I think that's about it for the plugs. We also have clips up on YouTube, just like funny little moments, like shorts during the episodes, which reminds me, I was going to make one. I forgot I was going to make it up, but...
Just Johnny dying. It's a funny clip.
I don't know what it is. I just work here, but I don't get paid.
That's way above your tax bracket.
Yeah, we'll jump straight into where we left off. The Whirlwind episode, that was episode 6. We picked up right in the middle of the fight with the Death Knight, a figure adorned in jet black armor, a shadowy form underneath, and a horned helm. And at times his eyes would light green with green flame that shoots up to the horns. And in the crypt below Newweed's Cross, the party went down there and found a sarcophagus, where then behind them the Death Knight appeared. And after seeing visions of this figure through dreams and premonitions, you laid your eyes upon him for the first time in person. Or is it the first time?
In person.
Is that rhetorical?
Uh-oh.
But after fighting, quickly going south,
What?
Caladan specifically was tested by this Death Knight.
Tortured?
Being promised, with promises of power and powers of persuasion, trying to churn Caladan into giving up his oath. Time after time again, with the aid of his allies, he denied, keeping true to his oath and keeping true to his faith. Where then the Death Knight wanted to make an example out of his power and struck down Chad, beating him to a pulp. He was left with nothing but his chest cavity caved in and his intestines spread all over the floor. Which then, the Death Knight, apparated out, leaving you 3 and the 4th down and dead on the floor. After quickly looting the room and
Your companion.
Damn, he's dead, but what do you got in his pockets?
you heard, or the party heard, some what sounded like footsteps or stomps of stampeding horses, and then up through a hole in the top of this cavern that they were in, where moonlight shone down. They got contact with the Nomads, which is a military branch from the castle of Citadel Struktar. And then after making their way up out of the cave with some aid from them, going up a rope and setting up a little makeshift camp for the time being, with the flaming city of New Wheats Cross now freshly burned in the distance. The leftover citizens from the city making their way to the west. They were acquainted with Aster Belioff, the warden of New Wheats Cross, and Sister Veilun.
That sounds good.
Yeah, I think that's right.
Who was a
Can check.
a sister of the faith, the old faith of, and a worshipper of Helm, which then they makeshifted a plan to have the ability to hopefully bring their companion Chad back to life, and they needed a diamond. And it just so happened that Aster, showing up at the time that he did, mentioned that he might have one in the rubble of his tower in the city of New Wheats Cross, which was now at this point overrun by undead. Where then Ace and Benedict went with Aster up to the wall, the outside wall of the city, and then Aster apparated a portal getting them inside of the city, and then they quickly tried to find this diamond in this massive rubble of tower that's just crushed and burning wood everywhere. But they found it. They found the diamond. Right as Aster created another portal, brought them back. They got back to Sister Veilun and the nomads right outside of this cave. And Sister Veilun immediately took the diamond, said a prayer, resurrecting Chad, bringing him back to life. And with a sigh of relief, it was left with a bitter taste, as the three party members didn't really know what to think about it. But I'm sure you were happy to be alive again.
Even if naked.
Full give and take, you know.
And then, rounding out the end of the episode, the nomads left you 2 horses from their fallen companions, and they headed off back towards Citadel Struktar to the south. And Sister Veilun took off to join with the rest of the citizens. Aster teleported out after having a quick conversation with Faerith Nordan, the captain of the nomads, and Aster about the news of New Wheats Cross and what to do with it, who to tell and who not to tell. The 4 party members hopped on their horses after I think you took a short rest before then, but then started off on their way to Gemdril to the southwest. And that is where we left off. Now, you guys, in the still darkness, you're not quite sure if it's morning or if it's nighttime, but the shroud and the clouds overhead from this invasion of the city is above you, and you're just left with the deafening quiet and the blowing wind of the whispering meadows. The grass is almost like a flowing ocean beneath you. You can't even tell where it meets the horizon. No sunlight in the distance. The only thing you can see, really, is in your vicinity, those of you who have dark vision, and the trickling firelight of the escaping group and crowd of citizens in the distance. And, of course, the burning city of New Wheats Cross behind you. You guys going on a fast pace? You guys kind of taking your time, pretty beaten up, your armor shot to shit, bloody.
I mean, I'm probably not in the best of shape to go at a fast pace.
I don't think we're going too quick. We're going at a steady pace, I'd say. We're not trotting.
Yeah.
Yeah. And who was on the horses? Was it me and you? And then
After all that.
And Shrimp Stack and Giant over there.
Yeah.
And you guys would know it'd be about a 3 days travel to Gemdro.
At what pace?
Medium.
Like the steady pace or whatever?
Yeah.
Okay. But if we were to go into fast pace, would it be like potentially 2? Okay.
Now, what's the horse setup looking like?
Well, it's me and him. I'm on the back, I would assume.
Kaladin and
With you on the reins.
I'm around you. I'm making sure you're safe. I'm on the back with the
okay.
reins.
Alright. So it's me. And then them 2. Josh is probably riding bitch. Sam with the reins.
Sam on the back.
And
Face outwards. Face backwards.
Just face
Is
backwards.
this not the
looking up
right-
at him.
can you give me the other DM screen? In between the books there.
And we just started, right? So we're still. How far away from New Wheats Cross would you say we are? Like we can see it.
Half a mile to a mile.
I say we got to put some distance between us.
I agree.
Between us and New Wheats Cross.
Yeah.
Yeah, we need to get out of there.
The dragon just upgraded.
Ace, you would notice on the horses that you're riding, there's still the equipment from the nomads. And you can see there's the saddles. They're really nice saddles, and there's actually like a back part to the saddle for 2 people to ride if you need to. And all across is like the good hardy straps, and there's accents of like green, which you know is akin to what the nomads wear with their green cloaks and adornments and their green face paint. You see on the sides there are satchels. Would you like to look into it, or
Sure.
just taking a quick peek? Give me a investigation check.
Let's see.
First, don't even start. I'm the only one who holds true to the Nat 1 Knight's
Roll it.
name.
Oh, I don't know. I think it was named after Josh.
14.
14. Start looking through this satchel. There's 2 hanging off the side of each of the horses, and like wrapped around the side, you can see there's a long bow, and inside of the satchel itself, there's just like general travel supplies. So I would say you could add, if you want to take it or whatever, it's the equivalent of like an explorer's pack.
Oh, I will take that.
You can find some just field rations, stuff to like get you through a travel, because that's what the nomads do. Which Kaladin would know. He is a shepherd, which there are 3 branches at each of the sister castles, and the shepherds are very similar to the nomads. So they're in charge of traveling across the region, doing tasks that require traveling to different areas.
I take that, and I'm going to talk to the party, actually, because I think our number one thing right now is we got to get some distance and take a rest, but we need some distance right now. So I say we ride as hard as you can ride, which I'm sure is not quite for fast, but as fast as we can. We need to get some distance, and we can talk once we find a spot we can rest.
Works for me.
Agreed.
Yeah.
We'll start galloping south, west.
Yeah. You keep making your way, just marching along at like a medium pace. And slowly the city, as you peer back, starts dipping down behind the hills as you keep marching forward. Slowing rolling hills of more of a plain start to continue to get a little bit larger, but for the most part it's just plains. Here and there you'll see farm fields and stuff, but as you go more south, there's less of this like lush soil, and it's more just grass and open area. Occasionally you'll see trees here and there, and no water in sight. You continue on until the city is no longer in view. It is completely dark.
Can we see if we have dark vision? Anything?
With dark vision, you can just see out just plains, but off in the distance.
I mean, like
still,
like how like we can see to travel. I mean,
yeah.
okay.
But do you guys have dark vision?
Josh.
I don't.
So we do have someone on each horse with dark vision.
I don't have dark vision.
I'll be your eyes.
But how? No. Oh, I say we put a good ride in. Like, how long do you think is normal to get a good ride in? An hour or so? How long would you say we're riding for the city to be out of our view?
About an hour.
As we're going, do I notice anywhere that with dark vision that could be a hill that kind of has like a peak or a cave or anything to rest in as we're going?
Give me a perception check.
I guess I'm gonna be looking too.
Yeah, go ahead and make one.
Okay.
Just looking around for like somewhere to stop.
Yeah.
Which,
camp.
those of you who don't have dark vision, it's literally pitch black. You can't see anything.
Yeah.
12.
Since
What
I'm
is it?
facing-
Investigation?
Perception.
Perception. 13.
13 and 12. Looking out with your dark vision, it really only goes out about 15 feet. So even off in the distance where you're trying to see things, you can't even make out tops of hills that are next to you.
Oh, so it's like a new moon type darkness.
20.
And me and you are.
Do you have dark vision? With a 20, you would make out flickering just barely here and there of hills at the top where the leaves, somewhat dewy, reflect what moonlight may be coming and scraping through these clouds in the distance. But as you're going in these, you guys are kind of going in between the hills. There's a little patch of trees up to your right, a little to your left. Continue going.
I don't see crap.
I don't
Are
see
we-
anything.
Are you, me and you are sharing a horse, right?
Yeah.
We're like riding on it together. So are you like, you riding bitch? Are you big spoon or little spoon on this?
I mean, originally I said I was just on the back, like just facing like backwards. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
If you're blind, now I can just sit like in front of you.
I'll sit there as I'm like, let's say I'm on the front. I'll be like peering out into the dark. I can't see anything. I'll be like, can you see anything, gnome? I cannot see anything in the dark.
I'll look back like over my shoulder and just nothing for me. Just a couple clusters of trees. We can keep
I'm
riding.
assuming we can all hear conversation.
Yeah.
Okay. Anything that looks like camp worthy or?
Not really.
Alright.
No trees that provide cover up on a peak or anything.
Two sets of trees over there on our right. Kind of hard to see, but if we want to stop there, I mean, it'd probably be enough. But there's no harm in.
Do we
going a little
want
bit
to stop, or should we be
What time is
riding
it?
just
You
as
have no
far
idea?
away as
No
we
idea?
can?
Okay.
We probably feel pretty dang exhausted.
Yeah.
Right in front of
I
us.
say we stop for the night.
That works for me.
If we can go up to the right, then.
We'll just have to stay on guard if we see anything coming.
I guess I'll sit there, like, as you say that. And, like, Kaladin, I think at this point, I'm not even tired. I'm just more like, I guess, just completely out of it, like, based off of what just happened. So, like, and now that the darkness is, like, looming back on me, I'm kind of, I don't know, it's just, like, you know, weird vibes. Not the daytime or happy or whatever. So I'll just kind of, shrug it off when you say that to me, because I'm partial to that. I'm like, we should just keep going and get as far as away because we almost just died, you know? So I'll kind of be, and I'll turn around. Maybe just keep staring forward into the darkness.
Do whatever. I can keep going, or we can.
How are you,
can.
Chad?
I mean, I'm not feeling great, but I can keep going.
Put a little more distance between us and New Weeds Cross
Works for
and
me.
rest for the night.
Yeah.
Are you good to ride? Are you good to see, Benedict?
Yep.
I say,
Keep moving.
keep moving.
Continuing on, the darkness is just becoming ever present, and the farther you get away from the city, the more quiet it gets. And at times, you hear the wind. And each of you occasionally at different times, you don't know if it's a trick of the mind or what, but you three would have heard this on your travel from Fogsfield to New Eats Cross. sends a little bit of a trickle up your spine. But continuing on, another 20 minutes, half hour, 40 minutes. Continuing on for another hour.
Can I make another perception check?
Yeah, I was gonna say look out.
Yeah, make another perception check, and if you don't have dark vision, do it at disadvantage.
If I have dark vision, do I get advantage?
Dark vision only helps you like literally within 10 feet.
What check was it?
Yeah. I was just
Perception.
Perception.
10?
9.
You roll at disadvantage?
Yeah.
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 Is it a good
Seven.
one?
That wasn't happening.
it was better than me.
Yeah.
I got a 7.
9.
What'd you get?
What's her name?
Really? Bruh. You gotta get some new dice, Doug.
No.
Somehow,
Really?
Not
with
You guys don't shit.
Caladan being the person in your party with can see literally nothing.
I got the highest roll. Oh.
Divine
me
intervention.
sitting there squinting.
You all see nothing but in the short distance of you, the grass. Stretching out 15 feet.
This looks like a nice spot.
How do we even know if we're going the right way?
If I mind
Do we
that.
see stars? Are we just following a path? Like
At
kind
times,
of.
there's kind of a path, but
It's like an overgrown type path, almost like maybe it once was.
Direction.
this direction, you would know there isn't very much means for travel. People don't really come up this trail, air quotes, because there's not really anything to go to.
Well, that doesn't sound suspicious. It's a shitty area to be in.
Which actually, the two people leading the horses, give me a survival check.
Oh,
You want to do that? Which one do you think is us?
I was already in front.
Are you
What?
doing
It's
that?
the
'Cause
one
you got
who's-
dark vision?
Yeah, but
No,
am I
it's
holding
leading.
you?
No, I'm just like
Huh?
looking
Am
for
I
you.
holding you?
You said you're holding me, and then I was in front.
Oh, I'm.
It's like
I see.
looking at you.
Oh. What was that?
Survival check.
We're 18.
4.
Guy's not tired at all.
Whose horse is in the front?
I would assume we were like side by side. If
Yeah, I more or less thought it was like we were barely
Sure.
like trailing each other.
I'd say with an 18 and a 4, at times, you guys start kind of peering off, and then Chad, you get the inkling. I feel like we should be kind of going more this direction, and you kind of like just steer the group to what you think is the right direction.
all right,
But you just see
Trust
out
together,
15
just
feet. At times, you can see what starts to be a hill, but in
Not
this very flat landscape with not very much cover or places of interest, you are going after this probably 2 hours after you left, and you don't really see a spot to set up camp anywhere. Just because you can only see 10, 15 feet out.
I cast dancing lights.
Okay.
And then just, one in front, one on the left, one on the right.
And then I'll just stop.
Space them out.
I'm gonna just try to.
I'll stop with him.
You can see Benedict as he lifts his staff, and lights come stretching out. And it's lighting the
And then
grassy
can I now
landscape.
see if I can see anything while he's doing that.
Say again.
Like do a perception
Should we all
check.
just roll and
Yeah, go ahead.
I see less. I see 3.
4.
19.
13.
Yeah. Benedict and Ace, now that this light shoots out, you can see it starting to alight the flowing grass beneath it as each of these little lights floating through the air begin to stretch out. How far do you want to push them out?
Good 30 feet. 30, 40
You
feet.
can see one stretching out in front of you, and then another one to the left, right, and then kind of behind you or above you, and the one off to the right you can see as it starts ascending somewhat of a hill, and the one off to your left starts to dip down. Just grass.
the left was dipping down.
Yeah.
Oh, I
Was
see.
there trees on either side?
Just grass.
Probably no fire tonight. Go up to the top.
I'm down for whatever.
Like keep venturing.
Or
Keep
go,
venturing.
And go to the top of.
Oh,
Like to the right, there's a hill.
Yeah.
Go to the top of the hill and just no lights. Maybe. One person stays out, at least.
I think that's a plan.
Yeah.
Yeah, you guys take the horses, start following your light up this, what starts to be a hill, but continuing with your lights, you can see it just continues and goes up for a little bit until it crests up to the top, and it's just a flat hill.
Try and make camp. Do the best we got.
We're gonna make a fire?
No.
No.
No? Alright.
It's almost getting a bit chilly now, which it helps being on your horses and you're kind of doing a little bit of movement, but now that you guys have stopped at the top of this hill, the breeze is just enough to give you a little bit of a goosebumps across your skin.
Can anyone make any type of shelter that could possibly hide a fire? I don't think anyone's seen the smoke tonight.
If I took a different spell, it could have saved us all.
Which you guys would still have the same spells that you had since last episode. You don't get the new stuff for refresh until a long rest.
Even if I don't have to prepare them. I don't have a use for them right now. I'm
Correct.
just curious.
I'm hoping we can take a long rest pretty quick.
Yeah, no. I ain't got nothing.
Our other option, I suppose, would be going down to the dip.
Down in the little dip and make a
We
fire.
could just go down a little bit just behind the hill, just get out of the wind.
And either go
Let's
out.
go take a peek at that dip. See if there's enough room in there to just.
Trying to hide our fire.
Marching down, you cross over where you just were and start to dip down. You can see it's a little bit of a divot, and the grass is a little bit thicker. And it's about a 15-foot, maybe just little cave-in, and the grass comes up to maybe 4 feet at its deepest. You kind of see a little nestled down, and now that you're
Josh,
if
you can't see anything.
go down into it,
Yeah, I'm on the
on your horses you're pretty elevated, but if you step off, the hill or landscape around you comes over your head. So you feel like you're in a decent little divot.
Huh? Good as place as any.
Yeah.
I think we're gonna find.
Set up a fire here.
Well, do we want to do a fire, or we just?
Or are we out of the wind? How's the temperature out of the wind and being in the grasses? Like we put our knapsacks in the grasses. Is that a...
Yeah. Down in this, as you were going down into this little divot, the wind definitely died down. And if you get into the grass, you kind of have to like stomp it down and get through a little bit.
Perfect.
But down in there, it's no breeze. You can hear a little bit of crickets in the deeper parts of the grass, but as you approach, they get quiet.
Is there anything like to tie our horses to?
You don't see anything.
I think first order is find a way to secure the horses.
Can try to pet the horses maybe, see if we. Well, they sleep standing up, but.
Well, I mean,
See-
someone's gonna be staying awake on watch, so.
Yeah, true.
Which I'm not doing the first watch. I know I took a dirt nap, but I could use a real nap.
Yeah, you guys are exhausted at this point.
Yeah. Yeah. Who's taking first watch?
How are you doing, Caladan? Are you still wired?
Yeah. So like at that point, like in character, I'll sit there, like we'll get off the horse or whatever, and then we'll venture down into the dip and whatever. We'll talk and agree that we'll set up camp here, but I'll just sit as I'm looking around in like darkness. I'll look to everybody. I'll stay up and keep watch. Maybe you guys get some rest, and there's some things I can think on. So
Who's taking second watch?
How long are the watches gonna be?
How long are the watches?
Up to you.
How long's the long rest?
6.
6 to 8 hours.
So
Can
someone's not getting a long rest.
Someone's not getting one because you can't break it up.
Depending on how you split the watches.
Yeah.
How could we split the watches? Well,
I'd
like, you know what I
say-
mean? Like, because he's not going to stay for 6 hours.
I'd say if you split it between 2 people, that's enough. You would all get a long rest.
Okay.
And rest for...
However long. We might not even be able to fall asleep because of shade.
You want to take first watch and wake me when you need me?
I'll just nod at you. Yeah.
Before we go to bed, I'm going to go up to Chad and be like, friend, doesn't feel right having these. I'm happy you're back.
Oh, thank you.
Do you see what is on the other side?
On the other side?
Yes, friend. What
Oh!
is on the other side?
I thought that was like outside character. Just nothing. I didn't see anything. It was weird. I just woke up scarred.
We're glad to have you back. Get some
I
rest tonight.
appreciate it.
I'm going to also...
I'm gonna put the boots on because I'm assuming at this point I'm barefoot. So I throw the boots on and then nuzzle a little bit in the grass and pass out.
I'm going to eat some of those rations, and I'm going to pass out.
Yeah.
I'm going to get my knapsack, and I'm not going to be in an area where the grass is stomped down. I'm going to try to weasel my way in, so I'm hiding in the grass.
Would I have like a pack on me or something?
Yeah.
I'm gonna put that down as like a pillow.
Yeah, you guys would have like somewhat of a bedroll.
Can I? Oh, never mind. Okay. All right, I'll use that then. I was gonna say I'll take some grass and like wrap it around me.
And those also were on the horses.
Okay. Yeah. I'll climb in a bedroll.
You start to dig into the ration that was in the pack. Was you see a leather pouch with some type of a dried meat and just some simple bread. It's almost hard.
I'll just dig in a little
What's the
bit.
name of that? Food.
I'm gonna reach into my bag and grab out my spell book,
You can like order food.
and then the identify spell scroll. And while the dancing lights are still up, I'm just gonna, just while on the back of the horse, kind of copy over that spell and just take my time, as I know
for a little bit.
I'm not gonna be second watch, so I'll have some
Otherwise,
time
I'm
to
just gonna
sleep.
keep eating.
So.
Yeah, on the back of the horse, it's a pretty big animal for you. So you could even just sprawl out, get all your stuff out on the back of this horse. With your crisscross applesauce right there.
Got the spell lined up on the back.
Dancing light above, and in this quiet, and the one cricket off to the corner where none of you have traveled into the grass is just occasionally cricketing. Caladan, if you want to go off in a different part of the grass from everybody else, take watch, or you want to go up on one of the hills.
Yeah, I'll go up to the top of that hill where we came from, and then I'll just like take my axe or my hammer off my back, set it down on the ground, and then instead of like the usual routine of, you know, kind of peeling some of the armor off and getting a little cozy, I'll sit there and just plop down and kind of just start looking around and at nothing, you know.
Yeah, just looking around, it's just complete darkness, but it's in between chilling and comforting. This gentle, steady breeze, and just sitting on a hill, and you're practically in a void. You can feel the grass beneath your fingertips as you sit down, and just looking around, the only thing you see is the faint bit of light from behind the trail in the hill in the divot, not 50 feet off to your side.
I guess while I'm up there too, like in character, something that's been on my mind, like while we've been walking, is like ever since the incident of me seeing like Chad's character die in battle or whatnot. You know, you guys egging me on to keep my faith was one thing, but then seeing repercussions of actually, you know, because 3 times I denied it and then it got scot-free, and then the last time was, you know, kind of like an eye-opener for me. So I'll sit there and kind of wonder why all of a sudden something that was like such a part of my life and gave me a lot of reason to, you know, want to take revenge for what had happened, or why I wanted to become, you know, like a shepherd for Stronghold and Pet 2. I'll start to like question why it feels like selfish all of a sudden for a weird reason. like, why is that worth more to me than the lives of people that I've come to want to protect instead of destroys things to, try to get revenge, just it's a different feeling that Caladan's never experienced. So it's it feels like, selfish now, kind of that I decided to take that route, and then I saw ultimately my faith, the thing I chose, couldn't really, help my friend in the end or save me from that situation. So I'll kind of just sit there, and that's what I'm thinking about. So
Yeah. You sit there, you wait.
this is so funny.
Just heavy. And then Shade.
It's just in character, man.
And then Shade. Yeah.
Hell yeah, man.
But after a
Fucking
time,
watch you get cut down by a death knight because tear my. And I'm just like, oh shit.
after a time, you sitting there in silence, you kind of occasionally peek back at your makeshift camp, and I imagine at this time the dancing lights are out and your companions have found rest.
Hopefully just a temporary rest.
Yeah, this time.
So you guys they're pretty much out at this point.
I fell asleep quick.
I guess then, can I pull out? Because we got another dagger, right? Or we got another obsidian dagger with gem in my haversack, so I'll pull that out, like after looking at them, seeing that, everything is relatively okay. Now if they're just like that, popping into my head, I'll just, like, take those out, and can I inspect them to see more in depth, maybe what they are?
Yeah, except even though you're holding it in your hand, you literally can't see it.
I suppose, shit.
But as you pull it out, you can feel the cold, familiar stone-ish, glass-like feel.
Okay, well I suppose at that point if I can't see anything, I'll just whatever.
We have ways of making light if you want.
Call upon T.
That worked last time.
Yeah.
So my scars, Shade, did I see them yet?
Because they're pretty brutal, right?
You would have known when you woke up, yeah.
Okay.
I don't know, I don't really have like a... Maybe at that point I'll walk back like to the group, like where it's lit, rejoin them, and then maybe that's when I'll do that. It's just around them. Does that maybe work? Is your light still up too?
No.
Which you have, other than magical means, inside of like an explorer's pack or any pack.
I have an explorer's pack, so is there like a fire in there?
Yeah, you would have some what do they call that? Tinder and kindling.
Good, whatever. Yeah, I'll start a fire.
Small fire, an orange glow goes out from you, and as you find a spot in the grass, you kind of go to plop down, and there's just ever so, maybe an inch of just murky water at the base. But you alight this, and the orange glow goes out in the grass, and you can only see the feet of your companions at times, and the horses off to the side, just asleep. You have this knife.
So now I can inspect it, right?
Yeah.
Okay, so I'll do that. Just check it out and see if I missed something from last time.
Yeah, I mean, you look down, and looking at it, it has a blue gem akin to the other yellow one, but the gem looks very similar to the other gem, whereas the knife, it looks similar, but it's different in its make. Just looking at it, it's almost cold to the touch, even down in this, what warmth that this small fire gives you. It's just cold.
Okay, yeah. I just wanted to know the difference in the gems, or if I could tell. So can I tell if they're like they have different things that pertain to those gems, or is it just like an ornamental thing? Like, can I tell if it's just like maybe I don't know, something important that's just handed to certain people with a different color, or can I tell that there's an importance? With
Give
the
me
difference?
a history check.
Oh, wow. Yeah, 1.
You don't know. I mean,
Yeah.
you've seen weapons, obviously, but you haven't seen anything like this. This almost looks like it's even on a 1 with your knowledge. It doesn't really look like it was made to be a weapon.
Right. Sure. Okay.
You've seen religious artifacts. You've seen other things akin to that, but that's really all you can make out of it. Which you would know. You haven't attuned to this one or the old one, but you know Chad was attuned to the old one.
Okay. Well, yeah, I'll just put them back. Put it in a.
Do you, on spending time with these, are you trying to hold it and like do like you've done before and dive deep into the power of it, or are you just more or less
Pretty much, yeah.
looking over it? Okay. I'd say with the time spent and you're holding this dagger, you don't know if it's been an hour, half hour, 3 hours, but time seems to lull as you're sitting here in this little grassy area, and like you've done many times before, just holding the knife in your lap. Very familiar to you, this situation. It starts to get dark, and the firelight almost seems to trickle and out of your view, in your peripheral. But this, at times, you're holding this knife, you can almost see, you don't know if it's mist or fog or whatever it is, but it almost, trails seem to trickle off of it. And holding it, you can hear a voice. And you just are replaying these moments of the night prior and everything that happened and the voices and the way he was talking in his deep voice, and you get a flash of those eyes looking straight at his horned helm. And I'd say at that point you are attuned.
Okay.
And right as you're about to wrap up and almost be done with it, you get a flash and you see a face of a man, almost brown hair that kind of is long in the back and a long nose. And that's it. Right when you snap out of this little lull, you think it's about time that you woke up somebody for the next watch.
I'm gonna wake up. Benedict.
He said, motherfucker. Alright. Oh shit. My fucking spell slots.
I'm gonna.
Useless.
Well, I mean, I don't know.
Ace.
I'd say
we're gonna travel.
you get a long rest as he wakes you up.
Like,
Okay. Then you
yeah, because that's
wake
why
me
we're
up
doing 2
inside.
people, right? So that. So yeah, I guess I'm
just passed out on the back of the horse. I'm just slumped forward.
Oh, that's something I could say. Well, I'll put the daggers away. And like, I don't know, I'm just gonna be sick of thinking about all of it, and I'll walk over it, and I'll see, you laying there, and maybe I'll just start nudging you. Benedict. And then when nothing happens, I'll just, I'm like gonna cough super loud as I just kind of shove you a little bit, just.
We'll just spring awake.
I'll just be like, oh shit, like I'm gonna drop something, Be like, oh, yeah.
Is it my turn? My turn already?
Yes.
Anything eventful happen?
Has anything ever eventful ever happened on any of our adventures here?
Yeah, I suppose they're full of surprises. Well, you look pretty tired, so find a place to pass out in the grass, and I'll just chill on the back of this horse.
As you say that, I'll like nudge him. I'll be like, "Have fun watching the grass grow." And
I'll try.
And I'll walk away. And then won't even peel the armor off. Like how I usually sit down, make a bunch of noise. Nope, I'm just gonna kind of sit down, and then I'm just gonna lay down, and I'll just done.
I'll cast a dancing light just above us, like in our little area, not too far out, so you can kind of see.
Yeah, you can see the sizzle of Caladan's little fire off in the grass as one stream of smoke just slowly billows before it hits the wind. And you would know the items that they got out of the crypt, I believe, are in the haversack.
Okay. And that was just a blade. And then
You would have saw him grab somewhat of a chain shirt, that book with the lock on it, and then that black cloak, and some other material components and gems of the sort.
Okay.
Which way should you
Yeah, I'm just
grab something?
sitting on the back of the horse. I'll kind of throw the dancing light just probably another 20, 30 feet out from where it is and just kind of look out. See if I notice anything, but it's probably dark.
Yeah, I mean, you send it out and you don't see anything but just the still black clouds and the moving grass. Quiet. And with your long rest, you would get full HP, all your spell slots.
Are those dancing lights a cantrip?
Yeah.
And you can prepare new spells and stuff. Ace, give me a Constitution saving throw.
Are you guys hungry, by the way?
Yeah. He's sitting there eating pretzels.
7.
You die. As you're sitting there, Benedict, you can hear in the distance.
Do I hear like the direction?
You can hear it kind of over where Ace is.
I'll take one of the dancing light orbs and
Bring it over, you can just see his legs peering out. And he farts.
I'll just let out. You need a light to see what you're doing over there? Just kind of light chuckle. So he's sleep shitting.
Hey, it happens.
You saw him earlier, he was the only one to dig into those rations that were with the horse.
They were left there for a reason.
Little lactose.
Yes, that was the horse food, Ben. Yeah.
So is he sleeping?
I was farting, not shitting, dog.
Right.
We'll see about that in the morning.
To be determined.
I'm curious as to why I didn't get a response, so I'll hop off the horse and shrink, to about the height of the grass. And make my way over to him and just kind of bring the light down and just kind of peer at him and see what's going on.
You're just watching.
You just see a Ace that is asleep, tucked neatly into the grass.
I give a good smell.
You can smell something a little raunchy.
Yeah. Alright. Just make my way back towards the house. Climb up and continue watching.
Alright, so let's think about this for a second. So Josh in character. Here's someone like shitting while they're sleeping. Goes, hey, they don't say
Well, I
something?
didn't know if they were like sleeping or
Alright,
not.
I'm gonna go check it out. So he shrinks himself, walks through grass.
I didn't trick myself. I'm just small. Like I was up towards the grass. It's 4
Proceeds to
feet
just
high.
give it a little sniffer, a little fucking.
I wanted to see if he shit.
That's the most
himself.
in-character thing someone
Like
done.
nothing, it doesn't be like, no, I wonder if everything's okay. No, I'm just like,
Like, did he actually just shit himself?
you're just like, all right, and then you just walk away.
Yeah.
Alright.
I didn't want to, you know, I didn't want to cause a scene.
I was just kind of drawing that out, you know.
I'm 200 years old, you know. I've built my pants.
I don't need to fucking answer why.
I've been there.
Word, man. Word.
Just little pebbles.
I was just making sure, like, you know, I was grasping.
You're picking up what I was putting down.
As long as you're not picking up what Ace put down.
But with the identify spell, yeah, I said that right. Identify spell in your spell book. You could prepare that if you want when you wake up.
What level spell is that?
Is there a spell card for it? Did I give you? No, I did. I don't think I gave you the spell scroll physically.
No, I don't think.
I believe it's a first level. It might be a second level.
Smarter than the box, Josh.
Dude, I hate those boxes. I had to like tape them 6 times because they fucking the glue like falls apart.
Hell yeah.
It's first level divination. It's as a spell.
Yeah.
That was good.
Which, Sam, are you attuned? Do you know what items you are attuned to? Because you can only be attuned to 3 at a time.
Yeah, I think it's...
Some of them don't require attunement.
Do I have to reattune to these?
If it says it requires attunement.
It does, but I'm just saying, like, I was previously.
I mean, you can wear them and they're just like boots, but to get that effect, you would have to.
I have to reattune because I was dead.
Yeah.
Is that the same with all the items?
Yeah.
Okay.
Which only 3 at a time. Which, like the rune stone, that doesn't require attunement.
Well, where did those go? Ring of Evasion and...
Oh,
That's
does not
I know
require
everything
attunement.
with the dagger.
Sick.
Eric said those better be dots pretzels.
Oh, dude, they are.
I'm only to 2. The haversack and the ring.
They're amazing.
Thank you.
So now you're attuned
I
to
should give these back to
the
you.
ring, the haversack, and
Let me take a couple more.
Let me see.
You got those,
Amazing.
Shane? You got those?
yeah, they're pretty good.
I tried.
They're addicting.
I'll order food for everybody too if we want to figure out eventually when our break is. I can get something ordered here if you guys want. By the way.
And go from
We're
wherever
an
you pick the
hour
place.
in on the dot.
And the only eventful thing that's happened is Ace farted.
Yeah, I mean, you can just order something whenever, and then when it gets here, we can go on break.
What do you guys want?
Taco John's.
Talk you want?
Sure.
I mean, yeah.
I'm fine with
pass,
anywhere.
I'll start with you and just pass the phone around.
Well,
Don't fuck me up too bad.
I was literally about to say, dude, I'm gonna get like 6 pack of pounds.
you can just do a couple 6-pack and a pounds and call it.
I've actually never had Taco John's.
My money's for the single mothers.
You're in
Okay,
for a
I've
treat
got
tonight, boy.
5 dudes playing Dungeons
For
and
single
Dragons.
mothers.
Yeah, it's for all the single mothers.
So I'm the only one awake right now.
Yep.
Got fun.
You're just creeping on
Do
me,
I-
shitting my pants.
I saw Kaladin go lay down.
Well, she's, you imagine, asleep by now.
Did I see the haversack on him?
Yeah, he would have like set to his side.
We could
Is
get,
that
like,
something that only
2
he can like
6-pack and a pound.
reach?
No,
in?
anybody can.
Okay.
We could get like 2 6-pack and a pounds.
I don't know what that is.
6 tacos and a pound of Lay's.
Sure. Anyways. I was like,
Just trust the process.
okay, yeah, sure.
That's-
Yeah, you just...
Sauce me your bed.
I'll hop back off the horse
No.
and make my way over to
I
Kaladin.
don't care.
And I'll cast the dancing lights again.
You're gonna try to take it off me?
Well, you would have taken it off to sleep. Yeah.
I just fell over on the ground because I was passed out. So is he trying to take it off me?
You know what to do.
I see the haversack. next to him or on him, whatever. I just reach down and pick it up, open it, and see I assume the blade's wrapped up. I assume the blades are wrapped up, like both of them are in there.
Yeah.
I'll reach in then. I'll reach in and grab the blade.
Like my so like, can I notice you like?
I mean, it's up to you.
What do you mean?
It would be very uncomfortable to sleep with the backpack on. So I just assumed you took it off. But if you want to
literally
sleep with
crashing
it
in full armor, like I'm wearing armor.
on, well, then he's laying on the backpack. So there's no way to get into it without waking him up.
So
Okay,
he's
well,
been asleep at this point for minutes. I'm gonna nudge you. See if I can nudge you awake.
Yeah.
Kaladin.
You feel an ant crawling on your hand.
Just Josh or
So I would be like, what is it already that time again? And I'll just like sit up. And I'll look around. I'm like, Benedict, it's still dark out.
Yeah, you've only been out for a couple minutes. I'm sorry, but I couldn't help but think. Last night before I went to sleep, I was copying over the identify spell to my spell book, and I'm pretty sure there's a good chance it could answer our questions about the knife. So if I hold on to one and do the spell, essentially I should know what magic it has and know how to use it. So
Like you're saying that to me, and I'm just like
you understand?
Yeah, I'll just sit there and be like, yeah, I think I see what you're trying to say. You would just like me to give you this, and I'll just hand you that.
Yeah, but like also
Fresh out of a dead sleep, as you wake up, he's saying this. All you hear at the beginning is,
But as I give it to you, I'll like if you're gonna go grab for it, I'll like put my other hand like under you, and then I'll look at you. I'll be like, just make sure when it comes to this very bag, that when you're removing or putting sharp objects in here, you make it sure you're being very careful with this.
Yep.
Otherwise, and then I'll smile. Well, who knows what might happen.
all right. Well, I mean, if you want to hold on to it and just hand me the knife, or like hand me the one of the knives that's clothed, I'll do it right here.
As you're saying that, I'm just like already grabbing them out, and I'll be like, blue or yellow?
Blue.
No, I enjoy the blue one.
I'll take it, and I've prepared the when I woke up the identify spell. So
also, with spell casting, the identify, for example, you can do what's called a ritual cast. So you can cast that without using a spell slot,
That's just what we do.
which it takes more time. I think it adds 10 minutes onto whatever the casting time is.
instantaneous.
Yeah, so if you spend 10 minutes to ritual cast it from your spell book, you could cast it without expending a spell slot. So you could do it like many times over this
2 of 1.
Oh,
The 6-pack of pounds.
rest time.
okay.
12 tacos
Yeah.
and 2 pounds. Alright. So then you go to the bottom
Let's.
and you hit 2.
I'll do that then. I'll
Hit items.
look up to Kaladin, and this might take
And
a
if
few
you want
minutes.
anything else or whatever.
But if anything happens, I just want you to be awake in case something does. And then I'll just kind of look back down at the knife, and start chanting as I, start softly chanting. As I close my eyes and just try to visualize this blade with this blue gem and what it could possibly.
As he's doing that though, since he woke me up and I'm kind of like sleepy because it's really, it's like it's been a really fucking rough couple of days. I'll just like interrupt you because I don't know what you're doing. I'll just be like, so it's called gem drill, right? So we're heading to this gem drill, right? and I'm just gonna be like blatantly talking to you while I see and shit, and I'll just be like, rubbing my eyes and kind of just looking around.
I'll, while I'm eyes closed, mumbling, yes, please, quiet. Looking back, just down, closing my eyes, repeating just these, chants that I've learned from the spell scroll.
I'm just be like, I'll like laugh a bit. That's where you picked up eating up those damn rocks, ain't it? Then I'll laugh. I'll like sit there and like kind of like almost I didn't mean it to be loud, but I'm just like kind of just rolling with it.
I'll just, as I'm doing that, I'll just kind of like lightly shake my head and kind of continue.
And then when you like ignore me, I'll just be like, I wonder if one day I can get accustomed to eating those rocks.
I'll look down and just kind of crack a smile. He'll probably see it with the dancing lights and stuff above. And then just go down and grab, kind of grasp onto this dagger and just keep visualizing it. And
Yeah, after a time, and you, for the first time, cast Identify. You feel akin to this item. And you could just look at the...
Which one is that?
Yeah, that one, I believe.
What?
Is this the blue one?
Yeah, that's the new one.
Yeah.
So
you know all of its properties, and you know that the magical school associated with this item is necromancy. But nothing weird happens.
I'll also reassure you as I kind of like watch you. I'll just be like, I'll tell you what I told Chad when we started seeing stuff, when we touched these items. If you're ever starting to get an uneasy feeling, just let me know.
I will. I won't hide it. And then I'll open my eyes and just kind of blink a couple times as I'm looking back down at the dagger. And I'll look at Caladan and just say, I'm getting remnants of like necromancy. So I'm pretty sure this blade or this gem, or this everything is just infused like by a spell that has something to do with necromancy, or even deeper than that.
No, like even look at it after you said that and be like, now that I've given it to you, it's almost made me mad trying to understand what these things are. I thought maybe they were powerful, but it seems that just might not be the case. I don't know what these are, and I'll, just think about them. I won't grab it out of the sack or whatever.
I'll hand him back the dagger, and
While you were also in casting Identify on it, I would say, looking at this knife, and after like the 10 or so minutes, you could see, as you're closing your eyes and doing these chants, the magical aura coming from it is coming specifically from the gem. Maybe penny-sized gem in its crossbar. You can almost see crystalline, almost invisible strands shooting off of it.
so then I'll relay that to Caladan. Like, I think the magic, the necromancy magic is in the gem. So these gems have something to do with these daggers for sure.
And then you would also know that all those items that you got from Nuit's Cross are also in his bag.
Will you have to make a self-control check to not eat the gem?
Yeah, I fall back asleep. You just shrug. You shatter the blade really quick. It's like paper. It just
Turns into a death knight.
Do you want me to do the same with the other blade and find out maybe if the gems are different, or
Sure. No, just agree.
I'll hand them back, we'll swap, I'll hand you the...
Yeah, I'll grab it and then we'll pull the other one out.
Similar effect, akin to the last one, except It has the same necromantic aura, but it has different effects. I don't know who has the spell card, but
Since they're in your bag. Yeah.
what?
We were playing footsie.
There's the other one.
Just a love in the air, you know.
We were on that horse for so long. It's just
Yeah.
Hey. Why do cats sleep on?
everything.
Yeah.
It's a bardican.
They can smell my
I've
cats.
never ridden a horse.
When I was like really young and don't remember it.
I've never ridden a horse.
I think it was a miniature
No,
horse, but
I've never been on one either.
There's something good at this.
You're not missing much.
Oh yeah, what's that? What's that? You ever rode a horse, man?
I have.
Ben's used to
How was
bareback.
No. I mean,
He likes it. Oh, thank God, it's 8. No, never mind. Holy shit.
what?
That was an easy $60.
What? Damn. Why?
Dude, the closest Taco John's is like a 30-minute drive.
That's not true.
It's like 2 minutes away.
I was
Yeah,
gonna say
one
it's up by
literally-
like.
Down the road. Do you have the right address on?
54701.
Do you have your
Yeah.
address on or?
54701?
Yeah.
Yeah, that'll do it.
did you already order it?
No.
I'll hand you back
You don't let this
That's
guy
way
sleep
to
at
put
all?
to put those in your haversack.
Yeah, it's been about 25 minutes now.
And I'll, alright, well, at least, you know, we got some questions answered. I'll let you get some rest now. Sorry for keeping you awake. And then hop back up on the horse and just kind of scan.
Then I'll be so tired, I'll just put him
Pass
back,
out.
and then I'm just gonna lay back down and just nod right back off. You could identify other things. No. How do I
All I can think of is I could just see Benedict chewing rocks.
Yeah, that's the
loudly,
entire.
keeping him awake.
Like the things you found in the sarcophagus.
The only thing I'm thinking of is Josh just
Yeah, I'm just trying to
eating
see
the
if I wrote
knives,
them down.
the daggers,
Like, so one
because
of the
it's
chain,
obsidian and a
sure.
gem. They're both rocks.
Well, he has everything in his haversack.
Well, he's passed out. I just gave him the haversack, so I'm just gonna grab it, open it, reach my hand in for anything that doesn't feel like a cloth, like blade.
Yeah, you can find. Did you write down all the things that you found in the sarcophagus?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I think there was. I was trying to find it in my notes at home, and I was like, and then I had to like rewatch the fucking VOD because I didn't write it down.
Okay, a silver crown worth 2,500 coins, a glass eye worth 100,
A glass
and then
eye.
you got a sapphire.
I grabbed that.
Yeah, okay. 1,000 coins, by the way.
Oh, I know.
And then just the obsidian daggers with gems, and a rod of amber.
Yeah, that's like a spell component.
And then there was chainmail I think I put on, but then there's all it says is cloak.
Okay, so
And that book.
Chainmail, cloak,
So like
rod
a
of
locked
amber,
book?
silver crown, glass eye, sapphire, obsidian daggers, blue and yellow gem. That's all I have.
You also
and
found
books. The coffin have heavy books.
You found one very heavy
Hey, that's
tome
more than you had in your notes, but
that had iron and silver linings and a lock on the front.
okay, yeah. So I'll reach around, find
You sleeping?
he don't give a shit. He just watched you.
Yeah, that's true. I just sniffed.
Fucking just smelled you while you were sleeping.
I'll
That's assault.
reach in and feel a heavy book and pull that out of the
Is it
sack.
thick?
Thick book. Just kind of
Fucking smelling people's shit and giving people rage around while they're sleeping, bro.
Benedict's an animal.
Something.
I'll just shrug and
Why are you staying so close to the horses all night?
Because I can't
God,
see over the
Jesus.
grass. I'll just give a shrug and walk back over to the horse, hop back up, and just lay the book down and kind of examine it. See if I can't recognize it from anywhere.
Give me a history check.
And we'll handle
At
it.
this point, I'm gonna wake up from night terrors now.
14. Just from examining it, you can tell there's something magical about it. Just from what you've known about tomes and you having a spell book yourself. However, just looking at it, the book itself, it's a thick leather-bound book, and it's reinforced with iron and silver fittings and an iron lock. But it looks to be locked. You can't find a key or anything. And that's about it.
I will see if I can identify it then. I'll look out before I start and just make sure everybody's still sleeping and see if maybe there's any sign of light coming up.
Give me a perception check. 20. Looking up, it's hard because of the gradual change, but you can faintly tell the clouds start to thin. And a little bit of... You don't see direct sunlight, but you can tell there is sunlight above these clouds.
Okay.
That look like it might creep its way in maybe in an hour or so.
Okay. Yeah, then I'll look back down and just kind of lay out the tome on the horse's saddle and just take it in and see if I can't.
You know, do the ritual.
Yeah.
Identify.
Yeah.
Yeah, spending some time, about 10 minutes, you focus on it, and you can tell that this is a magical item. It's giving off abjuration.
For you. Okay, sorry.
And you find its effects.
Well, that's good because you can't have it. Your characters have already.
Goddamn.
Don't worry, everyone's just learning your reading speed.
That's oh, bro, there's a lot on there. But it's taking Johnny till tomorrow.
Holy shit.
You think I could read that?
That's fucking sweet. I'll just kind of take it and like
Nice.
that's it's fucking sick. Spend one.
It's so good.
Little drool comes out of your mouth.
Yeah, literally. Just
Wait,
kind of
wait.
let out a nice smirk and
Those are like a...
put that in my satchel.
Cinnamon
Um,
crunch.
And then I'll just close up the haversack and leave it next to Caladan. Or
Any of the other items?
pull out the.
You want to smell me too? Are you putting the bag down?
I'll reach around
Sleeping.
inside the bag and until I find something
I like your
in
musk.
the shape of like the tiara, and I'll pull that out and just kind of look in awe, I guess. See if I can't find like the history of like where it came from and why it
give
was
me
down
a
there.
history check.
You mean the glass or the crown?
The crown,
Yeah,
yeah.
okay.
The tiara.
Like I said, there's a glass crown, but it's a silver crown, but then there's a glass eye.
11.
11.
Yeah.
Oh,
Which
Looking,
is still crazy, but
looking closer at it,
I'm gonna go.
just looks like a simple circlet
Anybody
with some
know?
gems in it.
you want to flip that light on outside, out front?
You don't recognize any particular make. Just looks like some jewelry. Looks pretty finely made.
What kind of jewels are on it?
I don't remember.
I will identify it.
You also, before you even do the identify, you can tell there isn't any magical aura.
I will put it back in the sack, close it up, run over to Caladan and just drop it by his side. See him passed out, snoring. I kind of just look back over everybody and make sure they're all sleeping, and once I see that they are,
That is a hidden light switch.
just, yeah.
Give them all a sniff.
Yep. Make sure everybody's
Didn't you get
sleeping
sniffed at the
sound and
apartments?
hop back on the horse and just kind of gaze, thinking about the book that I just found.
And slowly, the light starts to creep through the clouds as they disperse. They seem to be almost going northeast, kind of more east. But as this shroud creeps its way
Did you?
Yeah, that's fine.
back into the
I'll
distance
I'll go
from
get it.
where you came, morning comes. You can hear the crickets pick up again, and you hear a little bit of a splash.
I'm still passed out.
The grass has a dewy shine to it.
Look over as the sun's up now. All three still passed out. I'll wake up Ace first when he's back.
What do we get for a long rest? I know the spell slots and then.
Yeah, so we can do the long rest.
Oh, I already
All
have-
your spell slots back.
I already have full health.
Full health. You get
Yeah, I
all
gotta
of your
do
hit
some-
die back.
Spell changes.
So if you marked off when you took the short rest and used hit dice, you get all those hit die back. Which actually will change on your sheet. Your hit die go up to 7D, whatever it is. Like 7, the letter D.
To get more health. Changes to 7.
Oh, I forgot to do that.
And then if you want to get your spells prepared now,
Yeah, I
you
gotta
just fill in the bubbles of what you want.
That'd take a second.
And you get all your spell slots back.
About damn time.
Yeah.
Waking up, Chad, you look down and your armor almost split in two. It's barely hanging onto your body. And you can see this huge scar that stretches all the way up your chest, over your shoulder, and you imagine what you can feel down your back.
Nothing.
Yeah, I'm just gonna ignore it for right now. I don't want to look at it. Just kind of almost embarrassed.
He woke up Ace first.
Do I notice anything?
No! Woo!
Good morning. How'd you sleep?
Woke up you for the watch?
Yep.
Was it an eventful night?
Nope.
No?
Nope.
Nothing happened?
Got some answers about the daggers.
Should we wake everyone up so we can hear?
Yeah.
Let's wake everyone up. I go over to... You're not up yet, right? He's not up?
I am up, or
Him and him are asleep.
Okay, I'm gonna go over to Chad and nudge him awake and be like, how are you doing?
I was doing better while I was sleeping.
How are you feeling this morning?
Better.
Better?
Yeah.
Sounds like Benedict got some information on the daggers. Let's wake up Caladan and see what he has to say.
As you say that, I'll be like, sounds like you guys are being pretty damn loud right about And I'll like just lean up and be like,
Sleeping Beauty arose.
Yeah, I kept him up a little late past his watch last night so we could figure out, what was going on with these daggers. And that identify spell scroll that we never ended up using. I took some time and wrote that into my spellbook last night, and when he woke me up for the watch, I identified the two blades, and they're, cursed or affected by necromancy magic.
Learn anything else?
Just that the power is coming from the gems on the.
Do you know anything about their powers? Would they be useful in combat?
Not that I'm aware of yet.
So if they're necromancy, then maybe the source of the magic is the daggers. So then breaking the daggers or whatever might solve it or make it worse.
I wonder if we'll find more of these daggers, and if maybe there's a reason there's one placed in certain areas, you know, who knows where we might find more of these crypts with daggers. Maybe somebody set these here a while ago, but for who knows what, I'm not, or who knows why.
I get the feeling that the next dagger, if there is another one,
They're probably spread apart for a reason.
we're probably gonna meet the Death Knight again.
And we could tell these things are like old too, super old. Like I wonder how long they planned on doing this. Maybe they put these here way before we think they did. Maybe they've been plotting this for
So
a
then
very, very long
maybe the
time.
person that's behind all this is gotta be super old then. That only makes sense because I doubt it's a generational plan.
Yeah.
Either that or too good at what he does.
There's that. How light is it out?
The clouds are now off. The only clouds you can see are way off in the distance to the east, and it's bright sunshine shining down.
Oh,
Shining down.
So we can see. Okay. Well, should we just keep heading to Gem Drill?
Yep, start heading
Or Gem Drill?
southwest.
The
Alright.
place of the people who eat rocks.
Just
Can't wait to meet more of your kind.
Well,
You're gonna have to keep those daggers hidden.
yeah, I'm not gonna be meeting a whole lot of friends of mine. I guess should probably let you guys know about this since we're heading there now. But my parents used to be the protectors of the whole town there, and they died protecting it, which everybody sees us as, a failure. So the Battlebeard name, some people just kind of scoff at it, and it seems like we haven't got the best reputation since that's happened. So who
Will
knows?
anyone recognize you?
I'm sure they will.
Let's see if we can possibly fix that.
Oh,
Is this something you'd want? I don't know. Can I cast disguise self on someone else?
I believe so, yeah. Or
is this a situation where
I'm not
you're saying we might not be able to get in because of who you are? Or
Not
is this more or less of a
necessarily.
matter
This is more so. I've just ignored it. The whole time that I've been down there, I
Right.
just kind of brush it off.
No, like
So,
I'll see you say that, and I'm like, but I'll look back down at you and be like, well, I don't know who your mother and or who your father was, but I do know who you are, and I would vouch for you if we went back there.
I'll just look up. I appreciate that. Let's see if we can't get in.
Still got another couple days of traveling.
Yeah.
Even if you do eat rocks, then I'll fucking shove you or something,
Pick me up and throw me on the horse.
or just
Alright.
throw you in the field like Josh.
How we
You watch me disappear.
how we riding? You taking the reins?
You're good.
Alright.
Ring doorbell.
packing up and getting out of this small little bog. Most of you have a great rest in. However, a lot of you are beaten and battered from the night before, so you're still a little bit sore. And armor scraped up, most of it in scraps for some of you. You get up, and Caladan being a little bit of swamp ass going on as you're kind of in this murky soil there.
Oh yeah, and in full armor. So it's like I get up and I'm just like, oh god.
Hopping up, getting back on the horses. Who wants to take the helm?
Like, which
Who
horse
wants
is
to
going
roll?
first?
Who wants to roll?
I mean, I can roll.
Okay.
Not saying roll good. I can roll.
Give me a d20.
You mean to 20?
4.
10?
24?
Do I get to add anything to it?
Nope.
No survival? No.
Nope.
Survival's
You,
plus 0 anyways.
Continue on, and with Chad taking the helm, you continue on in the direction of what you believe to be Gendro. Occasionally you can see some makeshift path of where people may have traveled in the past, but it appears off maybe to the north or back to the east. But you continue on, slowly getting through these hills. As the hills start to dissipate, and it becomes more of a plain.
Would Benedict have a better idea of where we're going?
Yeah.
Okay.
Are we on a horse together? Again?
Yeah.
I
Are we?
assume. Yeah, we are.
I assume so.
You would know some direction ahead. There's like a 80% chance that you guys will be swinging through somewhat of a bog. Right as just over the horizon you can see dark green start to grow as your horses continue on through the wet grass.
Man, I took the wrong spell.
Starts to grow a little more and a little more before you can see what looks to be trees off in the distance.
Is this something we can go around, or is this something we go through? Are you familiar with the area?
I know there's a bog that we're going to be coming close to.
I'll just be looking around on the horse with Benedict, not seeing that like you're talking to him, and I'll be like, I have no idea where we are, Ace. And I'll just go keep looking around like you were talking to me.
I'll try to recall the last time I came across this bog, and
And then I'll look at you and be like, you're telling me you don't remember this beautiful place we have here, Benedict.
It's been some time. It's scenery's changed a little bit.
Should I
since
find
last
you a
been here.
rock to see if it's a familiar taste?
That might work.
Yeah, from being inside Gemdrill itself, you didn't really travel outside of it very too much. So you don't really know much about this swamp or bog. You just know that it's there. You're not sure if it's advantageous to go around or through. It's up to you, but it's approaching. And maybe a quarter mile out, you can see small trees that begin to grow until it gets a little bit thicker inside.
I'll just stand on the back of the horse, hands on Kaladin's shoulder, just looking over him, kind of like looking ahead, and see if I can't see like a viable path, left or right around the
Perception check.
bog that we're coming up on. 20.
Jesus.
You don't see any path. You just see off to the side around this bog, and now that you're getting closer to it, it's maybe an acre out, 2 acres out, and the grass starts to go from that plainsy, meadowy into a more of a swampy. And you can see patches of little bits of water and puddles, and it gets a little bit more murky. And you can see some moss on the trees, and they don't look like maple or oak or pine trees. It's like gnarly, matted, swampy trees. And the grass around, similar to the little divot that you were in, grows in patches and just looks like uneven terrain. But you have no idea, even with a 20 looking left and right, just continues on.
Yeah, I'm not seeing much of a way through this bog other than, right through it. I don't think there's a way around it, at least from what I can see.
Would he at least know where the bog is in relative to
Correlation
Gemdrill?
Yeah.
Somewhere in the open area of the Whispering Meadows.
Would it be before or after Hollow Grove area? Alright.
Did we see anything that looked like a hollow?
It was dark.
Hollow Grove is like 10 people, isn't it?
Yeah, if the,
We talked, yeah, Hollow Grove we talked last. It's like 10 people.
I was just saying because it was dark. I was like,
Oh,
Looks like we don't have much of a choice, but
just get closer and check it out.
what's
See
the
what
only
we can
thing
do.
we've ever done in this situation, guys?
run.
Not like look
Onward.
around. I'll see what you said, and I'll be like, we just keep moving forward.
Keep on keeping on.
Unless you're a sissy. And then I'll look at face.
We're going through the bog. I make the decision for the group.
Pressing in.
Yep.
You
Ace suggests we go through the bog.
Is this like something where like you might want to like cut vines and stuff like that as you're going through?
It's not that thick.
Okay.
You easily enough can get the horses in there. They may be a little bit hesitant, but it's definitely a drastic change from just the flat meadows that you've been going through. But it's not too dense where you have to like put in work to get through. But pressing through, you got your horses. You do need to go in a single file line now, however. But
Well, we could take the lead since Ace made the decision.
Or do we
Creeping in.
want to have... No, you don't know anything about the bog.
Yeah, we might as well just go first.
Alright.
creeping in, you guys start marching along, and what dead leaves there are on the ground have just turned into a soily, soggy undergrowth, and occasionally splashing through some puddles. But you're up on the horses, so it doesn't seem to be too much of an issue. And the noise of the crickets start to arise, and you can hear toads and frogs, and every now and then you can see a creature flutter off, and the sunlight coming through in different patches of trees. Ace and Caladan and Benedict, as you continue on, the sunlight, and you're looking to your left and your right, is just trees off in your distance. Kind of off to your right, you can see what makes out to be some sort of a stone parapet in the distance.
So you're gonna have to... Can I use
Can I
Google
use the word
Dictionary
of
quick?
origin?
Can you please
Use that
it
in a sentence. Yeah.
The parapet is mossy.
It's like a
What is a
statue or
parapet?
something.
A rock parapet. A parapet is like a
Like a monument almost, kind of.
rock, not a rock face,
Not idol.
but just like stone that seems to be
Overgrown.
I pointed out, I say...
I don't know how to describe a parapet.
Like, would it look man-made or natural?
Ace, you would think something looks a little unnatural about it.
I'm actually gonna quietly say let's pause, because...
Did us three only see it because of dark vision?
Yeah, why?
No, it's light out.
Okay.
I'm going off your passive perceptions.
Okay.
I'm gonna say let's pause. It looks a little bit... There's something over that just
Check it out.
doesn't fit in with the nature of what's around us. I don't know if anything might
Since
be...
I didn't see it, what do you see? I'll stop
There's
the
a-
horse.
rock parapet
Oh, okay.
that just doesn't seem to fit in with the nature of the surroundings. I say we move forward with caution, but check it out.
How close are we to it?
100, 200 feet.
If we're
It's
hitting,
actually not far, but it's just through the trees. You kind of have to get an angle to see just parts of it.
let's get close, then, and then I'll use detect magic.
Yeah, you guys turn your horses, start going towards it, and now you can see it's a very light, almost not white stone, but a very light colored gray. And as you're getting closer and through the trees, you can kind of make out what seems to be a small opening where the light just shines down. And in this patches of overgrown yellow and green grass, it's a statue. You want to cast Detect Magic?
Well, I mean, before, I guess. Now, no.
You don't want to now.
Well, does it look like it might be magical or?
Could be.
Find out.
Are you gonna find out?
How
if it is
close
not?
are we to
Well-
it right now?
70 feet.
Yeah, I guess detect. No, I won't use it.
Okay.
Well, because I thought it was just gonna be a wall. Or
Can we
whatever, and then
make
got
it out,
closer, and then-
or are we too far away to make out what the statue might be?
Yeah. I'll look at the
Um,
statue.
Whoever wants to give me a perception check.
So
Or if you
I'm
want to
gonna
get closer, give me an investigation.
I'll do
I'll get closer
investigation.
and do an investigation.
Can I get closer and do a perception check?
Then yeah, I'm going to keep up with everybody, so I guess we'll do 2.
21.
Yeah, I'll go ahead and do an investigation.
Nine.
That was investigation.
9 investigation.
14.
Perception.
No, investigation.
Okay.
11.
We're all just like
So we all just rolled up to the statue.
yeah. You see a statue that looks to be very long, but it's tipped over. It seems, or almost tipped over. It almost seems to be sunken in, and where it is sunken in, you can see just black, murky water that's still, and it stretches out, and it's maybe from what you can see on the ground to the tip of it, 15 feet. But it's a very large statue of a man. You can see his arms as he's seems to be. His arms are almost like this. And it's almost like there was something supposed to be in his hands, but there's nothing there. You can see he has long hair and a cloak, and seems to be like armor underneath. But it's very chipped away at parts, and moss seems to be overgrown. And the head of the man, there seems to be an eye patch. Caladan, you would recognize this to be Tyr.
Do we have this man's eyeball?
And with your investigation check, Benedict, you would know this is a religious statue of a god. You don't know what god it is, but his hands definitely seem to be like there should be something there, but there's not. And it looks like it could fall over at any moment.
I'll pipe up then and just say, yeah, it looks to be, some sort of statue of a god. He was definitely holding something, which I wonder if somebody came by and, forced it out of the statue, and maybe that's what caused it to shift in its place. And it looks like it could fall over any second, so I would be careful where you're stepping.
Caladan, as you step in and get closer to it, immediately you feel the warmth and you feel a welcome of home of your god. And as you step towards it, you can see, and with your high investigation check, a ray seems to be coming directly onto the statue itself, almost at an angle, slowly drifting, and parts of the statue are lit.
When I feel that, I'll instantly just recognize what it is. I'll be like, oh, this is Tyr, and I'll kneel down and put my hand on it. Maybe just if I'm close to its face, I'll try to rub some stuff off to see it better. But if anything, I'll just be like, yeah, I'll recognize it's Tyr, and then maybe just I don't know, yeah, try to talk to Tyr and see if I can reach out, touching the statue.
Yeah. You get over to where the head is, and it almost is, you have to reach up for it because of the angle that it's at, and his head seems to be, I was going to say basketball size, but it's bigger than that. And you go to wipe off some moss, and underneath the green, it kind of just dried and dead, and as you wipe it off, it just crumbles and falls. But you get the dirt off of his nose and out of his little eye socket there. And his face seems to be timid, but with his eye patch, he just seems to be staring off into the distance. No pupil, just a straight stone face. And as you kind of try to connect with it, you feel the warmth, and all of you would actually see the sun rays slowly drift, like they're almost consuming Caladan as well. And you feel a warmth of this man looking over your shoulder, and it's more than just warmth, especially at a time like this. You haven't been back to the stronghold or spent time with your home party to connect with your god, and you're used to this after some long expeditions here and there. definitely is a great feeling to reconnect with him in a place that makes you feel welcome. And with this, as you feel him almost peering over your shoulder, you get the sense that he has a gift.
I like sitting there and feeling it. I'll just be like, it's good to, feel you again, old friend. It feels like it's been years, just due to what happened. So
I'm gonna ask him: is this typical to have statues of Tyr, or is this not a typical thing that you would just find somewhere? Do you know anything? Is this a holy place?
I guess I'm not quite sure. When I approached it, I could feel the presence of him in this statue, but knowing just the general area where we are, I guess I'm not quite sure if there's statues placed in between or in the middle of the sister castles. But I know we are close to one of them, and maybe that's a reason it's around here, would be my guess in character. So, or would I know they placed the statues there? Because the only thing I could resemble is maybe those would be like markers, that you're starting to get within the range of a...
You would know this is just kind of random. Worshippers of different gods will have their ways of putting things places. You don't know if there might have been a settlement nearby. Maybe this was crafted by somebody who lived nearby. But you do know Tyr isn't widely recognized by people other than people in Stronghold and Patu.
Right.
Not only because it's one of the old faith kind of gods, but even in the old faith, they mainly worship Helm.
Mm-hmm. Right. So then after saying that, maybe I'll try to find some answers to these questions here. If I sense a strong presence here, I'm gonna try to speak to my god and see if I can figure something out. Maybe why the statue, not only why it's here, but why it's tampered with, I guess.
Do you know what would be in his hands?
I mean, Tyr, didn't he wield like a big club?
No, he just normally wielded like a sword.
Okay. I can't remember who. Oh, that was the breaker. When I did the spiritual weapon. Yeah, that was sick. It was a huge blow, but so I would know that he I guess just typical weaponry in battles, swords, nothing in particular I could think of, I guess.
What is the story behind his eye?
He's just he's like a war-torn god, right? He's just lots of battles, conquering, he's just it's just his vibe. He's been in a lot of fights. He knows war, and people respect him because of that. An enforcer, and I think that's a
I kind of want
to summary.
Yeah, I think there's more symbolism behind the eye patch with him having one eye, but I can't remember off the top of my head what it is. It might be in
we talked
one
about
of the documents that we had, but
yeah.
I'd like to kind of slink off and kind of investigate the area. I'm finding it weird that there's a random statue here.
And then I guess
give me a perception check.
Going back on what you said, you feeling like he's gonna have a gift. I'll say that, and I'll just be like, I guess just thinking I'm speaking to him, I'll be like, what is that? Or why do I sense something different than when I usually reach out to you?
The sun rays come off of you, and they go slowly, and they almost go in a line of where his hands are. And they just alight this empty space in his hands.
Are you missing something? I'll be like talking to the statue, you know what I mean? I'll think he'd given me that symbol, like he's trying to tell me something through.
Wordlessly and without touch, but almost just a sense. You almost feel like almost when somebody reaches out to grab your hand to bring you along, you get almost a pull towards his hands.
9.
Yeah, looking around, you kind of Ace kind of goes off by himself, and at times you are walking and with a 9. Pick up your boot out of the mud, and a good 2 inches of just good solid thick mud around your boot. But looking around, it's just trees and the almost constant noise of a swamp.
And I guess maybe like I'll just ask, is the statue the way it is due to ill intentions, or is this just time that knocked you over? I guess I'll just again talk to the statue. See if it says anything.
Silence.
And then I'll look back kind of in the midst of that, and I'll be like, I see something where it looks like he would be holding, I don't know if it's a weapon or something, but it's everything I'm being told leads me to believe that somebody took something that he was supposed to be holding. Now I don't sit there and think, I'll be like, but why would you take something off a statue? It's just stone, right?
Unless they did have like a blade.
So, do we know that he's being drawn into like the statue?
You would see the sun rays, but you hear him talking.
Do we
You
see
don't
like
hear
it
any
light up
response.
where the hands would be?
Yeah.
So I'm just gonna be like, I think it wants you to grab where his sword would be.
Yeah, sure. I'll just listen to that. No harm. I'll just start reaching out towards it and see.
Reach out. Don't find purchase on anything.
A little lower.
Yeah. I'll take my weapon out and put it in.
Pull out your maul. Kind of hard to get it in there because of the way of his hands are. You kind of sweep it in. Oh, some of the stone scrapes off, or you have to squeeze it in. But it almost fits in place. And as you do that, you can feel warmth as you're holding it shoot up your hand. A very strong warmth. And all of you would see the hammer itself start to alight. And almost a sun ray, you kind of have to like block it. And your maul alights almost with the sunlight before dissipating. And now, you don't know how long this will last, but you now have a boon. Your weapon can alight equal to the light cantrip. And you can alight it as a bonus action.
Oh,
and
sick.
While it's lit, it effectively is a magical item.
Oh, sick. Did you imagine that? We're in a cave. Where the fuck's Cal at? Me just lights up. Boom. Just smothering some guy. Over here.
The sun rays kind of dissipate and just go back to how they were.
No, I'll just, I guess, grab it. I'll hold it. Be like, well, I guess there was, I don't know what was there, but whatever was there, I think I got it now, so.
I take my staff. No, I'm just kidding.
I'm gonna say, I think this is a thank you from Tyr for not giving up on your faith.
You might be right about that.
And you swear you can almost feel a smile from behind you.
Nice. I'll just grab it, put it back on my back, and then I guess I'll do another check of the area, maybe to guess if anything else is there.
Give me a perception check.
6.
6. Walking around, you kind of survey the area and take a peek over at Ace, and he's kind of hopping on one leg and looking at his boot.
So did anybody else find anything interesting around here?
Can I take a look?
And then while he's doing it, I'm gonna look at you. So I saw you grabbed your staff there for a second,
That was a horrible roll.
little gnome mage. Were you considering seeing if Tyr would bless your weapon?
Well,
3.
I may have thought, for the humor part of it, but after all we've been through, I don't think we really need that.
Oh, so my God, there's some humor in this for you, huh?
No, not at all. Not at all.
And I'll grab your shoulder and I'll grab real tightly, giving you a stupid ass grin on you should do it, and be like, I hope one day you find something that gives me the hope and strength like Tyr does. And I'll just nod at you and I'll walk away,
Pull out your rocks.
And with a 3 on the perception check, Hugh, looking off, you're just in a swamp.
Get lost.
I don't think you... Have you ever been in a swamp before? Your first time?
No, I'm a city boy.
You're like, how is the
Imagine-
ground mucky? And,
Why is it
how is it
wet?
wet and shitty?
Yeah. I imagine you feel very out of place, but
Oh yeah.
even on a 3, as you're kind of in this open area, you take a moment, you kind of look up, and you can see the blue sunny sky and fluffy white clouds in areas. You can see birds silently in the distance, barely make out as dots as they're flying by, and just seeing these sun rays on the statue and Caladan connecting with his god. You just take a moment.
Well, I think if we're done here, might as well take advantage of the daylight we have.
Yeah.
Agreed.
But if you guys would like to take a break there, yeah,
Yeah,
Sure. Do it.
We got
Yeah.
the food.
we're gonna take a quick break. I guess we'll try and be quick with it, but we'll see you in a bit. And we're back.
I want you to have
You're in this open area around this statue. Seems to be somewhat quiet, other than the just constant cricketing and noise of a bog or a swamp and all the insects around you. But the day is yours. Your horse is waiting patiently.
Let's hop back on the horses and
Not waste the daylight.
yeah.
Let's get to it.
And you continue on. You go back to not the trail, but the direction that you were on, heading through the forest or swamp. I'm gonna fucking hair in my mouth.
I have 7 from the cats.
What?
I have so much hair in my mouth from the cats.
Quit licking it,
Why is
bro.
your fucking mouth open that much, man? Close your mouth, man.
But you continue on and you're headed through the swamp. But as you get farther and farther through, it's very patchy. Sometimes you will reach an opening. At other times, there's almost an opening, but you see tall grass with a little bit of cattails here and there. But it's more of a bog. So you get in and since you're up on the horses, you can only tell it's maybe 1 to 2 feet of just still brown water. And as you're trudging through it with your horses, it's just very patchy. And at this point, the sun bearing down on you, not having gone through very much of a thicket, it's just baking down on you as you just march along.
I'm sorry. I went to bed with me. I just stroked Josh's leg. It was such a nice pet to Winnie, but it was just Josh.
You went for the dog, and it was just all crotch
Just
and
like-
leg, huh?
He just froze with his hand on my leg. It was like,
That's
Finn's
not
over there
Winnie.
mortified, he's pulling his hand away, Josh just...
he didn't even pull it away. He was like,
It took me a second. It made it so much worse.
he just left it there and was like,
Josh is just getting stroked.
Bro.
I'm crying. Winnie was right there. I missed.
Personal space, man, okay? Can't believe we have to have this.
Why am I on the horse with it?
dude's calling me out.
Oh, my stomach hurts.
Yeah, no, it's worse. You going into pet, Josh's nice furry wiener dog over there, or you just Yep.
But you continue on. And another hour passes, another 2 hours pass, and slowly, the sun moving its position in the sky, you get the sense that you've been at it for a few hours, and this swamp just keeps continuing on. You don't know when it's going to end, but You make some, what you think is decent headway, but you don't know, or you would know, or make the connection that you're definitely not going at the same pace that you were in the open plains. But it's what you think will be starting to get dark out, maybe in the next hour or so. And the noise picks up even more of the insects around you. And as you're going through and looking up at different trees and knotted branches, at some points you have to make your way around. And you get the sense that you should, if you want to, start looking for a place to set up shelter.
So that's something we really want to do in a bog?
Also, I'm going to try to start doing a voice again because it's hard. I want to break in character and out of character. So it's going to be random starting now, but I'm going to start doing it now.
Good fucking man.
Oh. I think we should try to find some dry spot, being we're in the bog here. You know, it might be good just to find a little dry where it's light out, and if we do find something, just call it night there.
No, like, no, I'll be like, yeah, it just seems like it's just never ending. So,
If we
might
can
as well
find
stop
anything
now.
dry just for the night,
Works for me.
even if it's, you know, a little light out, I say we get it.
Sounds good to me.
That works for me too.
Moving on, you keep an eye out for an area that would make good for shelter, which is surprisingly difficult now that you have starting to set your mind on it, because everywhere, minimum of at least an inch or two of water. But as before, having to stretch your way through the thicket of these trees, the undergrowth begins to become more landscapey, and you get the sense that the landscape is shifting in a way, and the trees get a little bit taller and a little bit different type of tree, as they're more less knotted, but more shoots that go up before they expand out. And the treetop above you keeps rising and rising, and the sunlight, as it's also getting dark out, becomes less and less prominent as the thicket above becomes more prominent. But with maybe 15 minutes left of sunlight of what can creep through, it starts to get a little bit darker in the undergrowth, but a little bit easier path through as the undergrowth beneath the trees becomes more tall grass rather than boggy. And within time, you can find a trail. More of a walking trail. It's a little tight for the horses, but single file line, you kind of follow in line and twist your way through. And at various times, it kind of spooks you. A flutter of a bird flies off, or a grouse in the tall grass. And before long, you can find a shack. Stretching through, looking through these trunks of trees, you can see the knotted wood and the old rotten brown boards of this just ramshackle hut. And as you approach it, it's just silent and almost dark in this undergrowth.
Well, dancing light right through the. Do I see like a window?
Yeah, you can see dancing light, and it does help a light through the under dark of the trees. And it looks like just one room, not even really a house, more of just like a shed. And you can see through the cracks all over where these boards have, some are fallen off, and like 2 steps that rickety go up to the base that's maybe a foot off the ground, elevated, and you can see right through it to the other side, because there's windows on all sides, and this front door that has no door inside. It looks like it's maybe fell off into the grass off to the side. If anybody would like to give me a perception check as you approach. You can see the moss almost grows up over the side, and there's not vines, but more brown viney branches that seem to stretch up the whole side of it. Almost one side of it doesn't even, none of the boards are there. It's just natural.
Natural, huh?
6.
10.
Change dice and it's still a nat 1.
Bro. Is that my dice?
20.
20. Approaching, Ace, you're still distracted by, almost mad that your boot's a little muddy. And you just can't, now that it's dried and it's been baking in the sun, you can't even get it off now because it's just chalky. Gosh. But Benedict, you notice as you approach, on the underside of it, for some reason, got it. No, I didn't. There it is.
Congratulations.
Since it's elevated maybe a foot off the ground, you kind of look under and you can see there's no foundation underneath it. Do you want to...
Is it
What do you
like... But it's like, it's got posts and stuff, right? Like it's on posts, it's not
What
just floating.
posts you can see are broken.
I mean, yeah, I'll take one of my dancing lights down and
Yeah,
get down and
peek
peer
under,
it.
and in the middle of it, you can see what seems to be a stone, almost brick and mortar foundation in the middle of it. But as you get closer and you guys look inside with your dancing light, go in, it's just empty. Room maybe 10, 20 feet by 20 feet. Nothing inside.
So is that center? Is there like a or is there like an opening in the room somewhere that I can see that? Like
Looking in, you can
look
see
down or something.
Yeah,
and see if that's like a
it's just
tunnel.
floorboards, and then in the corners and stuff, you can see where the boards have rotted out, and there's in the corner maybe like a little sapling that seems to be sprouting and coming through, but it has died off because of the lack of sunlight. Other than that, it's just normal boards.
I'm gonna take my staff and just bash it through the center of the floor.
Yeah, and I assume you guys have gotten off your horses now.
Mm-hmm.
If you want to like tie them off somewhere, you can find purchase with your staff as it almost sinks through a soggy portion, and just pull it out, and some rubble falls. Darkness.
I'll take my dancing light and just send it down and see if
And
that's.
I'll hear you tapping, and I'll go like, "Did you find something over there? What's all the noise?"
Oh, I'm not sure yet. There might be some sort of tunnel, or this could just be the foundation.
I'll like poke fun at you. I'll be like, well, just be careful. You're awfully heavy for your size. Remember.
Give me a dexterity saving throw.
Oh boy.
Speaking
Is he
of,
within?
Does he get with an advantage? He did say be careful.
Oh, I suppose your aura.
Oh, I didn't think of that.
yeah, well, saving. Yeah.
Does that give advantage on dexterity though?
All saves. +3
Is
to
that
all
always
saves.
up?
Are you in the hut with him?
Yeah, at that point I would be like trailing to see what he's
Yeah,
doing.
you get advantage because of his aura.
+3.
Is that always up?
No, it's not. It's just +3.
It's just +3.
Yeah.
Oh,
So,
yeah.
It's
15.
always up. If
15.
you're within range of me, within 10 feet of my auras, you get affected
Right
by
as
every
you're-
single one of them.
Right as you're speaking to Caladan, he goes, "Well, be careful. You're awfully heavy for your size." The floorboards silently sop down, and you start to fall, but you.
I take my staff and just hold it sideways.
Yeah. Take your staff and almost catch yourself, and you kind of have to do a little bit of a crunch before your feet hit, and it's a stone pit that goes down maybe 3-4 feet with spikes that seem to be dripping with some sort of like ooze that have been sitting on them. But your foot barely scrapes by one. You take no damage. Now you're holding yourself aloft over this spiked
I'll
pit.
just kind of look up over at Cal.
Yeah, I'll hear that,
Could you-
and I'll see
Give me
her.
a hand there.
and I'll like smirk. I'm just gonna grab your staff in the
Yeah.
center of where you're holding, and with one arm, I'm gonna attempt to just like lift you up and just set you like right to the left of foot outside the hole.
And it looks to be right in the middle of the room. It's maybe 3 feet by 3 feet. Not a very big hole, but
And then as I do that, I'll look at Ace and be like, "Is there any way maybe you could see if there's traps in here? Is there anything else
I
in
will
store?"
check the hut for traps.
give me another perception check. Or investigation if you want.
Do I get to decide?
No, I'd say just investigation.
7.
7. I mean, it's not a very big shack, so it's pretty easy to look around. And you don't find any more traps. You look up, you can see what seems to be a roof that's just a slat. And like I said before, one wall is almost all natural. And it grows up in just the overgrowth over the top. Very simple little shack made out of just simple wood, boards on the side, but you can tell it's very old, and there's nothing special about it.
Besides being old, it might fall down on itself. No other traps be around, I do say.
I wonder if it's just something that was set here maybe for a shelter if a bad storm came by. Or something.
Can I look down in the hole at this point?
Yeah, look down, the brick and mortar around just seems to go down maybe 3 or 4 feet, and it's just wooden, seem to be sharpened stakes that are just stuck into like the mud.
You mentioned there was something on them. Do I see that?
Yeah, you can see a little bit of a goopy substance that isn't dripping or anything. It's just on them, like something's been placed on them, maybe.
Anyone know? Anyone see down there? Those stakes aren't just wood. Something may be on them. Anyone know what that is down there?
Well, because it's a trap, I wouldn't touch that.
I would guess some sort of poison.
Yeah.
Well, if it's some sort of poison, this hut was made on here. Are we in a safe spot, or
I
does
guess
anyone
it
have?
begs the
Probably not.
question of why there is a random spiked trap in a shack that seems to be very, very old.
Yeah.
But why?
Someone covering their own tracks.
Own tracks for what though? Out here?
Are the hut has clearly deteriorated, being in a moist environment and stuff? How do the stakes look at the bottom?
They like broke off, didn't you say?
Well, the stakes at the
Fresh.
bottom almost are like a log, maybe silver dollar sized. And they seem to be sharpened, but just looks like a piece of wood that's
Can't
stuck
tell if
in.
it's old or newer. Does anyone have a way to survey the surroundings, even though it's dark out, just to be safe?
Yeah, we can check around the perimeter, get like 30, 50 feet, and I'll walk outside and recast dancing lights and just kind of spread them out around us.
Yeah, now that you step outside and you had that dancing light inside, even in just the mere minutes that you were in here, as you walk outside, pitch black outside. And your dancing light, as it comes out of the hut, the rays is peeking through each of the floorboards and lighting almost like a level of light beaming through these trees and hitting against the stalks, and just darkness in the cracks beyond. You step out, it almost gives you an eerie feeling as you step down into the maybe inch of water.
As we're investigating, can I focus on the ground? I don't know. I don't have any special skills to look for footprints, but can I make that a focus of my
Looking
perception?
at the ground.
Looking for footprints in case, someone could have
Any
been
other
watching
signs
us
of
go
people
in
Yeah.
and ran away.
Yeah, a perception check from each of you. And then if you guys want to do anything inside,
No, I was never inside, so I'll just look around
Okay.
outside.
It might not end up being anything, but I'm gonna start kind of getting an eerie vibe. I might
Can't roll above
just start a channeling process to maybe use an ability. Just maybe like meditating here or something.
I can't roll above 3 tonight.
Oh shit!
What was it, perception?
Yep.
17.
9.
17.
22.
nice. Yeah, as you guys step out and the dancing lights following each of you, one for each, kind of go to survey the area, and the horses don't seem spooked at all. They kind of are just leaning down. You can see one of them reaches down and starts to bite at some of the bushy growth next to the hut, but it seems to spit it out like it doesn't like it very much. And with the still brown water around, you imagine they might be getting a little bit parched at this point. But walking around, it's just these possibly tall trees that go past the point of light before you can barely make out the edges of branches and the blackness above and beyond. And it's almost as you guys are walking around, you can pass by these trunks and you just see a glimpse of your party members with their dancing lights that seem to be beaming through. Nothing special, just a dark, dim night in the woods.
I'm not a big fan of this area, so I say we.
Well, around us is puddles, right? Or
At
is
this
it-
part, you're kind of out of the puddles. At times, there may be small ones, but mostly almost like a rocky dirt.
Do we want to ride on for like a half hour or so just to get away from the hut and then make camp?
Only reason I'd say no is we're semi-familiar with this area. We know the trap. It is shelter. If we are found out and someone is here, they're gonna know. They're gonna follow us for a half hour.
That's
We
fair.
did just shatter a floor.
I was like, our
We did
presence.
just destroy something, and we don't know what it is, or whose it is,
Alright, let's make
and
camp.
why.
I think it
Whoever
might,
this is
It
has
looks
a
like it hasn't been touched for a while.
With a 20 on the perception in the distance, you're not sure what you hear. Maybe it's all the noises you've been hearing in the swamp. We can hear almost a trickle of water. Then it's silent.
Can I tell how far?
Seems to be in the direction you were heading. It's hard to tell. Beyond sight.
Could I tell what kind of, is it making me feel weird? Is it a normal sound, or is it a sound that I can easily tell it's not?
I'd say with what you said before about how you were trying to channel Tyr and connect with your god, you don't get any senses of this place is dangerous.
Yeah.
But you do get the sense on a 20 that it could have been anything. A branch falling in the water, an animal.
Oh, look at everybody. I may just be hearing things or seeing things, but from what I can see in the dark, I'm like, I don't know if it's just because we're getting bad vibes about this place, but I heard something, I'm hearing something, but I don't know if we necessarily need to be worried or not. But I would definitely keep our eyes out at this point, because, we could have maybe messed with something that we shouldn't have, unfortunately.
Well, if we're gonna make camp, why don't we do
I say
two
we
groups of two?
2 groups of 2. If you guys don't mind, I have a few things I'd like to talk with Benedict if we could take first watch.
And then before that happens, I'm gonna use detect magic.
Yeah. Caladan's light. Lights
And I'll
his
be like looking
eyes.
in that direction, like fixed in the area where I heard it.
Yeah. You almost look out into this darkness, and with this magical aura, you can almost see just a faint, almost effect on like the bark of the trees and everything around you. But you peer out, silent, unmoving. You don't see anything.
Can I makeshift a couple traps with certain string and... Let me think.
You want to use your spell components for that?
Well, these aren't spell components.
Huh.
Those are there. Because I got 10 feet of string. I guess no, string probably won't be good for traps.
Might be able to catch some food.
Yeah, you want to try and make something? Go ahead and give me a dexterity check.
Yeah, I'm trying to make something that I could put between like 2 trees on one side of the...
Like a trip line?
Kind of like a trip line, but more like an alarm that could drop certain metal
Yeah.
balls on something. And
Did any of you take the alarm spell?
I did not. I was thinking about it, but I did not.
I don't think so.
Yeah, go ahead and give me just a straight
Didn't know
dex
that was at the spell.
check.
20! Not natural.
Yeah, I'd say you go out and you fixate easy enough a string that seems to go across 2 trees. How much do you have of string?
So you have 10 feet, right?
I have 10 feet of string, which I would probably use because I don't think hemp rope would be good for this.
Yeah, you can only stretch it in between 2 trees. So where do you want this trip wire to be?
Basically, so on the shack, I know it's semi-open on all sides, but you said one side's more natural. Is that side more solid?
Yeah, that seems to be actually the most intact side.
Probably on the side with our least visibility, so probably over there.
Yeah. So you just want it like on the outside of the hut, somewhere out there?
Yeah. How close are the trees to the hut?
At the closest, maybe 10 feet.
Probably just on the back side between two trees and hope for the best.
Yeah. You get the string across and you fixate it to a python that you seem to press into the trunk, and maybe like a foot off the ground.
Actually, as I'm doing that, can I think? You said we started coming on a path, didn't we? Can I go up the path to the way we haven't came? 20, I don't know, 10, 20 yards, and put it between the path and the trees close enough that I can do that.
Yeah.
But actually not that far because I probably wouldn't be able to hear it.
Yeah.
Depending on what you want your trigger to be.
I want string, and then basically my whole idea is to have, I don't have anything that really makes noise, so I'm going to try to use like ball bearings, like a sack of ball bearings where if the string snaps, they'll fall, like, and I want to put like wood or some
Am I
random
like
thing.
next to you while you're trying to like think about this shit?
Sure.
So that could be the keys to the slum housing, those on a keychain. Just be like, I have those in my bag. Just take those out. We might not have a use for these anymore. Throw them to you.
I'll put that as a makeshift bell on there.
Yeah. With a 20, you easy enough get this string to go across, and it's almost behind some grassy area where you know, for what you think, nobody should be able to see it, especially in the dark. And it shoots across, and you easy enough get it to go up and behind the tree where nobody would see it. You have a key and some ball bearings on the end of the string, as well as the sack of ball bearings, and it's sitting right above what seems to be a small puddle. So if anybody trips it, you'll hear the key, and it'll fall. Splash noise.
Perfect.
While it's going on, I'll look at Benny too and ask you, do you mind doing me a favor?
What's that?
From the direction I heard, I don't know if it's worth checking out or not, but I think what I'm going to do is I'm going to walk over there. I was wondering if you could just have a dancing light follow me. But if I do hear something, and let's say if something gets close, I'll put up my left arm when I grab my axe, but I'll hold it for 2 seconds. And I said, and I will not wait. So that will be the signal. Do you think, could you do that for me?
Yeah, I could do that. Then I'll like wave over a light towards Caladan
And then,
and look in the direction that you're about to head into.
yeah, and then that's what I'll do. I'll just, not fast by any means, just kind of slowly scanning in the direction of what I heard to try to process what I saw when I used the detect magic or whatnot. Maybe just investigate what I saw in the trees, or if I can maybe see what's going on from afar, you know.
Yeah. You kind of go in the direction, almost passing by Ace as he's setting up this makeshift trap or tripwire, because that's kind of the same direction that you heard this noise. You walk up a little bit with the dancing light, and illuminating 20, maybe 30 feet ahead of you, you just see more trees. Peering off, you can see a spot where there's a little bit of a puddle that looks still. Nothing. Just the ever-present noise of all these insects and this constant chirping.
And then so I'm probably 20, 30 feet away. Alright, you're gonna see me raise my arm. I'm not gonna say anything, you're just gonna see me raise my arm as I stand there still. And I'll hold it for 2 seconds and wait for you to kill the light and see if you do it.
Alright.
Light goes away, completely pitch black, but your detect magic's still up. You wait. You let your instincts take over, and kind of where one sense goes away and like your smell gets better, or your hearing, you kind of just listen.
I'll just at this point I'll be like, I think I'll just like stand up and be like, I don't know, maybe we're just worrying about nothing, and then I'm gonna call on the boon on my weapon just to have it light up. So I'll like walk back to you guys. All you can hear is see me talk, and the next thing you know, just just this fucking almost looks like it's on fire. No, like just like it's almost just like fiery, but like I imagine like a hot white light almost. Like it just seems So. And that's all you see as I come back. I just come back, it's in my hands, and just
Looks like you don't need my dancing light anymore.
And I'll just, well, I thought I was going to be cool and maybe try to pull something off, but maybe I'll save it for another day. Assuming, like Woodrow, we don't have visitors. And then I'll shrug, but I can't see anything.
And you return to the silent shack. Almost at moments you can get close to it, and with the undergrowth kind of squishing beneath you, you can hear some of the boards squeak.
Oh, I forgot the... Alright, no, never mind. I'll just then I'll go back.
But if you guys wanted to set up
It's okay.
a watch or...
Yeah, definitely a watch.
Yeah, we'll go first.
Kaladin will see you guys, see Benedict say that to him, and I'll just shrug, whatever.
Yeah. I'll find a place to...
You guys want to go in the shack?
But this time...
How is the ground around it?
Outside of it?
Yeah. Is there
Seems
dry
to be
spots?
decently dry, yeah.
I'll put a thing down there.
Spread out your little bedroll. Yeah. Take off your pack and things like that. Nuzzle in.
I'm gonna keep my sword close to me.
Yeah. Easy enough. You can find a little rock with some moss on it as well to kind of rest your head on. It's kind of soft.
Oh, and then before I go to bed, can I inspect the chainmail quick?
Mm-hmm.
Or whatever that was.
Yeah. You reach out of your haversack and pull out this chain shirt. So it's almost it's what you wear under your armor, and it's just chain link. Looks
Is it
like a
real
t-shirt.
armor?
Yeah, you can see little interwoven rings, very intricate in make, and almost where the neck is, you can see it looks elven in make.
Sick.
And you don't recall where you've seen that, but with where you've been and all the things that you've done, something just goes off in your mind that
Do I have one
reminds
on
you of elven.
currently? And do I notice maybe it would be...
No, you have mostly like leather undertones and then the plated armor on the outside.
Yeah.
But
Is it something I could wear, or is
Hold
it
it
just
up.
something of...
looks like something you could possibly wear, yeah. Do you have your detect magic still up?
Yeah, it lasts for...
It is emanating a magical aura.
Oh. Well.
I'm going to take out the book.
Which one?
The book?
The book.
The book.
The big lock book.
Heavy, yeah.
When
forgot the
I...
name of it.
Protective versus.
Yeah.
Do I have to roll to unlock that? Or how does that work since I identified it, but I
If you
know it's an arcane
once you
lock.
attune with it, then it will be unlocked for you. So
So,
it should be an incantation. But it is locked at the moment.
and how long do I spend with it to...
Around 10-ish minutes.
Okay, so yeah, I'm just gonna... While we're, getting ready for our first watch, I'm just gonna take out that book.
And where are you three at? He is sleeping right outside of the shack on his little bedroll. Already passed out.
I'll be like on the front steps, like I'll be doing a normal thing, maybe just like kind of getting a little, take my boots off type thing. Dogs are barking, so.
Yeah, you guys just see Kaladin on the front step as he has this chain shirt out.
And you're gonna hear me groan very loudly as I pull my boots off, because they're like heavy boots. So trudging through the mucky water, it'll be like, I'll be like, oh, thank God,
And where are you guys at? You in the shack?
Where are you going to sleep? So I'm sleeping.
Outside of the...
On the steps.
Oh, fuck.
So
No one's going to
are
stay
you
in the
and I
shack.
in
Let's
the
just
shack?
go in the shack.
Yeah, so we'll be in the shack.
On watch.
I just. Can I see
Yeah, I don't know
like,
why you guys aren't in the shack.
I don't trust the floor.
Can I see if this shirt,
I already broke
like
through the
anything
floor.
is there with it if it's a magical item? Like, can
What do you mean?
I, like, does it have a magical property to it?
What?
That I know of to change
Well,
it?
you don't know what the magical property is. You just know that it is magical.
Okay, well, I'll just put it on then.
You do know somebody.
I was gonna say that.
I'll just throw it at you. Be like, you know what this
I
is?
get knocked out.
Yeah, it is
Knocks
pretty
me back
heavy.
into the pit.
It's literally a shirt made out of chainmail, but it is pretty heavy.
Be like, hey Benedict, you know what this is? And as I like halfway through that, it's already in through the air, you know? I'll be like, just let me know if you find out anything. And then I'm just gonna like crawl in the entryway.
I'll let you know in the morning. I'll like throw that off to the side for now. And keep studying the book.
You guys inside in this dark shack, you still have a
Dancing light.
dancing light up. You pull out this tome, and it's a hefty tome with this big lock on the front.
So,
Delving into the book for a little bit.
yeah, I want to see if I can't, get more accustomed to it and see if it won't open up. And see what kind of goodies are in here.
Well, when you're ready, I got a few questions, but I'll let you focus for now.
All right, I just need a couple minutes.
I'm gonna be adamantly looking out the shack. I don't know if Ace, I don't know if this is meta, but for some reason I think Ace got a bad feeling.
Yeah.
So I'm on edge.
I mean, you're Ace, so I don't think that's meta.
Got a point.
Yeah, but I just don't know if what we've gone through.
There's a reason I'm not sleeping in the shack.
There's a reason there's a shack in the middle of BFE with a fucking trap in the center. But
When
why
we
it was
looked-
there and how old it was there is the mystery.
When we looked in the hole, is it literally just a hole, or could that still be a tunnel?
Just a hole.
So for all we know.
Well, the ground underneath where the spikes are looks like the same
Yeah.
ground as
Okay.
outside.
Okay, well, I'm adamantly on edge, looking outside. I'm
just
Do I still
flipping
emit
over
an
this
aura
book.
when I'm sleeping?
No.
Fucking.
The aura only goes if you're effectively not incapacitated.
Am I aura the one that frightens people when they're within range? Does that only affect like hostile creatures?
Unless you frighten one of your party members.
Well, right, but it's
passive.
always up. So technically, if they're within range of me, they feel that because it's always emitting.
Yeah, I
that.
mean, if you want to describe how they see you differently after that.
Well, I don't know. Like, I guess maybe when you look at me, I don't know. I guess it'd be hard to.
I imagine, like, in the past with the aura that he's used for the saving throw, it almost, when you're around Caladan, you can sense not a magical like presence or aura, but he's just a man that is very into his faith, and even though he might not be looking at you, he's always
there.
Whereas this new aura, it's more of the Oath of Conquest aura.
Mm-hmm.
So it's not intimidating to you guys, but it almost reassures you guys that he's emanating this aura against. He's almost more pissed off to anything that would be an enemy to you guys.
It's good aura.
Yeah, it is.
Like one of the best.
Maybe at different glances you can see him white knuckling his hammer.
It's almost like this time. It's like when it's like if I'm really mad, you look at me and it's like it pans where it seems like I'm bigger. There's like eyes behind me or something. You know what I mean? Like just this presence.
But what do you want to do with the tome?
I just flip it over again and just kind of look at the back and look up the spine of the book and just trying to get closer. I mean, do I feel attuned to it?
Do you spend about 10-ish minutes?
Yeah.
Yeah.
So the lock, as I'm attuned to it, pops open, or do I?
Yeah, you can say an incantation and then
Okay.
it'll just
So I'll
unlock
just
for you.
wave my hand over the lock and just mutter.
This heavy padlock kind of undoes, and the latch is ready to open.
Is it loud? How loud is that? At this point, like hearing that, could I just be like, and maybe like it kind of startles me just because of where we're at, so I'm kind of just like, you know, resting my eyes, I guess you could say, you know?
Yeah.
Fuck. Just move the lock over and
Because I'll think it's maybe the tripwire or something, you know?
open the book slowly.
Yeah, and you can now see, now that you're tuned to it and you identified it, you can see the script now of these spells and the incantations of each of those spells on the first few pages.
Okay. I just start thumbing through the pages, and I'll look over at Ace and just kind of, hey, check this out. Like wave him over, and I think this might come in handy. And then we could use something like that right now. And then
It's not me.
I'll just say, I'm going to try something. I'm getting a weird feeling from this book. And then I'll walk outside with the book. Kind of hold it out in front of me and look down at the page where I see Mordenkainen's private sanctum. And mutter the incantation for it. And just in my mind, think up of a 20 by 20 area, just cube to protect us.
Yeah. Can I see the private, not the private sanctum, this thing?
So would that be one of the three?
What do you mean one of the three?
Like one of the three charges it has.
Well, the charges is for a different ability.
Okay.
If you want to cast Mordenkainen's private sanctum, that's literally a spell that you would cast.
Okay.
However,
So
you don't have that one prepared.
that's what I thought. I thought like I could use one of the casts to like cast that spell, but then
Yeah, so like it'd be essentially like on your spell sheet,
yeah.
like having the list here, but they're not filled in.
Okay, gotcha.
And I mean, I'm imagining because you have essentially two spell books now. One that you've had for years, that you have all of your current
Yeah.
stuff in, and then this new book. So what you could do is copy all of the things in your spell book into the
Yeah.
I always forget the name of it.
The protective verses.
Protective verses, and then that
Then
would be your
use
spell
that.
book, yeah.
Yeah.
But right now you don't have those spells in there prepared.
Okay.
But you could take the time to swap your stuff.
Yeah. What he said.
And I will say, some of the spells in here, you can read the text, but these are spells that you've never seen before. And you start to make some connections with your time being in gem drill and you growing up and being a wizard and learning from other people and expanding on your arcane abilities. You can make some connections with like different abjuration schools or like illusions, enchantments, things like that. That you can imagine how these spells would work, and like as you're reading it, and you're like, oh, that makes sense, but you might have to take some time to like learn that and practice them and then prepare for the day. And it almost excites you
Yeah.
to be able to see all this newfound
All the new spells and stuff. Yeah.
knowledge. And it's interesting for Ace to be looking over his shoulder and you see him kind of making these connections and how he works with things.
So obviously nothing happens when I say that, and I'll just look over at Ace and say, there's still like something magical about this book. You know, I'll figure it out, but there are still a lot of spells in here that I haven't seen before, and that I'll have to take some time to write down into, you know, or copy, you know, spells from my spell book into this, and just start using this, because there's some things I haven't seen here before, so maybe we can learn some of these together, because they'll probably come in handy.
You think that's something you can teach me as well? Maybe not, the ones that you struggle with, but how do you go about learning the spells? Like, I had when I was younger, I worked I went to the Crystal Pillar, and I didn't quite make the cut. And it's one of those things where I've always struggled with, but I've always wanted to learn. Is this something you could help me teach? Like, help teach me learning some magic that I haven't been able to attain before?
I think there's a good possibility where we could take some time and get you to maybe understand some of these spells or just magic in general more deeply to where that's attainable.
Do you have anything small, easier that I could start working on? Something we could look at tonight while you start learning the spell book? Is there something for a lesser magician such as myself? Is there something you could help me start learning tonight?
Yeah, I think I might have one or two things that you could choose from that we could start your training on, nice and easy.
Be much appreciated, friend.
Actually, I got a good one.
As you're thinking, I don't know how much I've opened up. I don't know how much I've said, but you know of Aster Belioth.
Yep.
My sister is actually going to be a warden. She's in training right now. She's going to be the warden of... Help me out.
Oh shoot!
Is it Gildensvein?
Gildevane.
Yeah,
Yep.
Gildevane. My sister's actually going to be the warden of Gildenvane. I never have stacked up to her, and it's just been one of those things that'd be much appreciated. Anything, start anywhere would be.
Yeah, of course. You wanna be equivalent to what she's progressed to in life, or so to say. You know what I mean?
You gonna show him this one?
Yeah. I think that'd be a good fit for the start. And that's a cantrip.
Yeah.
So there's one that I used to use a lot, but it's called Blade Ward. So basically, you with the components, and there is no components. So this one's simple, no materials. This is just speaking and hand movements, but you'll hold your hand out in front of you and kind of trace in the air like a blade or a weapon, and you'll trace a sigil of warding, and until some time has passed, you'll have great resistance against bludgeoning, piercing, and slashing by anything that you might come across. I honestly thought that was something else, but that'll work for now. So, take
Would
this.
you mind showing me what a sigil of warding may look like?
Of course. So I take out. I'll just take out my staff and kind of hold it closer towards the top of it, and just lean it out in front of me, and trace in the air, just like a cane with some crosses on it. You can. Yeah, there you go. There you go. Perfect. Money.
That's money right there?
Sure.
I will keep this with me, and
You can take this page out of my spell book and study that, and
I will look at it tonight.
yeah.
I'm sure it'll be a work in progress.
Be patient.
I'm sure
be
it'll be a
patient.
work in
It'll take
progress.
some time. But once you get the hang of it, we'll start to venture out and see maybe what else we can get you to learn.
Is there anything I should be imagining as I'm tracing this sigil? Is there anything I should be
Just
putting
I
my...
would close your eyes and just, put your heart and mind into the sigil, into the feeling of being protected. Maybe even, think of getting hit by these weapons or these types of attacks, and the sigil protecting you, and just really believe in it.
Well, friend, I will certainly give it my best shot. If you think anything you need over the time, otherwise I'd love to spend the time looking into this.
Yep.
Any start, no matter how small as a start, I'd love to take. And I will fail, but I will take it very seriously, and in my mind... Do you just use your staff to trace? Like, when you cast something...
sometimes, typically I have my staff on me, so I'll use, my staff to trace. But you can just...
Trace with my
Trace
hand?
with your hands, yeah. Yeah, you don't need, a specific...
Yeah, and he's very along the line, and you've seen other people do this. And with some of the spells that you cast, you can do them on command.
Mhm.
But you can tell he's very dumbing it down, so this is probably how he might have learned the slow way, baby steps into casting a spell. But as you go and try to trace your hand through the air, you focus hard, trying to trace this symbol. You just can't make it happen.
I'll keep at it for a little bit, not expecting results, but I'm just going to keep at it, and I'm going to think...
Yeah. Keep
I'm going to
putting your mind
visualize... So what does the resistance even mean? It's hard to
You
visualize.
take half damage.
Half damage? So I'm gonna be visualizing, say, a sword starting to hit me and it not hurting as bad as what I thought it should be, and I'm gonna think of that as I draw my candy cane with a cross.
And, after playing Pictionary in the corner for a half hour, maybe an hour, and whispering and trying to figure these things out, I imagine you fall asleep.
Yeah. I suppose.
And as the noise of their whispers in the corner kind of drown out, slowly you drift off to sleep. But you don't think it's rest. The darkness of the swamp almost encloses around you as you feel yourself sucked back into a familiar space that you were in Newweed's Cross, in your abode in the slums, in the basement when you were in that misty kind of void before. You kind of look around, and it's almost like you're in a dream state, but you're not. And you look down, and you don't see any of your equipment on you. You don't know where you are. Before you look down again, and the knife's in your hand with the blue gem. You're a little bit confused. You just see this blue gem emanating an aura. And you can hear, familiar to you again, the same words that the Death Knight spoke that night before he cut down Johnny, or Chad. And just over and over this voice of him playing in your mind.
You tell me you've grown to care for them. Soon the world will bow to the preeminent of Zalkan.
You're sucked into a vision. And you can see a man, almost pale skin, scraggly black hair, almost greasy. You can see he's talking to somebody out of view. Ikron, however adept, is too analytical. What is a cathedral to an ant? Why do you think I was named after a god? You're sucked back again and just missed before slowly the visage of the Death Knight's face creeps in front of you. Flaming green eyes alight his face before you wake up. You're back in the space, sitting on the porch of this hut. In the deafening quiet, you can hear the whispers, and you turn back and you can see the dancing light of your two companions pouring over this tome. You can't find rest. And you take a point of exhaustion.
What did I do for that again?
You can write it wherever. I thought I had it on. Yep. So at one point you have disadvantage on ability checks. You kind of rub your eyes, and your eyes almost feel sunken into your head. And although you constantly have the ever-present feeling of your god Tyr with you, this almost feels like a foreign force being pressed upon you.
I guess I'll get up to where you guys can like see me kind of distraught. And it's not like I won't like Kaladin won't show it like as I guess crazy, because at this point he's so used to seeing like just whack shit, but like it'll just be like I'll get up and it's just exhausting at this point getting the same thing, and I'll just sit there and just kind of like moan while I'm like just rubbing my eyes, and I'll be like I don't understand. It just doesn't make sense.
What seems to be troubling you, friend?
Well, this time, every time I've got these visions, I've either had to touch the items itself, or I've had to ask it to show me something, but now it kind of seems like it's following me outside of even having to be around it. I just had a vision of the same area I was sent to before, just a desolate space of, nothing, and the same figure keeps telling me over and over again something about how the world will kneel to the power of Zalkron. Zalkon. And I don't know what that is.
I don't think
And
I've heard of that before.
Can I do a history check from maybe something I learned at the Crystal Pillar?
Yeah, whoever wants to give a history check.
I've rolled over a 3 one time tonight. This is a 7.
A 3. 13.
Drawing a blank, never heard it.
Do you think this is something that might do you good to let those daggers go from your possession for a little bit?
I think this is something that's progressed to a point where it's maybe almost made its mission to try to pry me of my faith. I don't know at this point. He keeps asking me if I really gave into being accustomed to, look at Chad, but you guys.
Oh, I'm still sleeping.
Yeah, right. I'm doing it.
Oh,
Just like
okay.
banning the room,
Let me just outside.
And with this exhaustion, you can feel the connection, even though it's essentially in another plane in your haversack, to this knife that you attuned to.
Should have done
Guys, go ahead. Reach out and should I grab it then? Is what you're.
Is this
Do whatever you want.
is this something you could pray on Tyr to? Is this something you could see if he has any guidance on why you're being affected by this? There's two sides to every coin. One, I believe, is this necrotic kind of evil, like Zalkon in this world, and the other, I believe, I've never been a religious man myself, but your faith and how much faith you have in your God, it is powerful, and I believe maybe something with that may be the answer to combat this. Do you have any way to connect to your God, pray, talk? Or is that not something the deities do?
When it comes to this, and from what I've experienced, and even putting the power of my faith and strength in my God to try to help me persevere through fighting people like this, it almost seems as if they don't answer to a God, or there's nothing that governs this, whatever this is. Even the brightest lights, when I call Tyr on the sunniest day, could get smothered by the just, what's a good word for it? The aura of what I continually get at random times from these items.
I'm gonna put my hand on Caladan's shoulder and be, friend, I know what you're saying, but in my eyes, we saw the darkest day, the darkest hour, and you still kept your faith. To me, that light was shining through. No matter the situation, I do believe faith is the answer here. Is there any, if the necrotic has some negative effect on you, do you have any holy abilities, holy powers you can, in terms of World of Warcraft, buff yourself against this necrotic? I know your auras help us. Is there anything you may have that can combat this? I don't know, do you have any spells or anything?
Well, I'll like sit there and see what you said and be like, I think maybe it's not a question of if there's something I could do for it, but maybe it's just the cross for, let's say, I have to bear right now to get the answers that I seek.
Well,
And I think that is a burden I'm willing to bear to get those answers. This is something that I think at this point, not only just for what I believe in, but it's much bigger than that at this point. And I'm willing to do whatever it would take. If it means this stuff happens to me, then I guess so be it.
well, if you need anything, you can lean on us. Let us know. I'm gonna somewhat leave him be for a second. It's clearly in my mind, like I'm not obviously, but I'm paying attention to him as I pretend to kind of be preoccupied with something else. I'm just kind of watching to make sure if I pick up on anything.
And then with what happened during the fight, kind of like, backstory thing, like talking out of character, just because they did that whatever it is broke my character down and forced me to like test my faith. When I know you look away from me, I'm gonna sit there and not necessarily like turn away from you, but turn at a point where like you can see me, but it's like as I look away from you, I almost just get like filled with rage at the fact that like this thing came and bothered me again, but it also like pretty much had me on my knees, and I'm just like in my mind it's like, what do you want with me, and I'll be like just thinking of the dagger, and then I'm gonna pull out the dagger with the blue gem and I guess just hold it and see if it does anything. Not like in a bad way, but it's just I'm frustrated at
Just want some answers.
yeah. And now it's like a grudge. I
You're
mean,
just
I couldn't do anything, and now I'm,
Yeah, frustrated. Sitting there holding this knife, and when you pull it out, the connection to it is ever present. You almost get a flashback to seeing Chad in a similar state with the knife with the yellow gem when he was attuned to it. And you could picturesque see his face, just his pale skin and the sunken in, almost blackened eye
I
sockets.
just kind of nudge you, and I point to that, which is a spell in the book.
Who was that?
You.
Oh.
But after a time, your guys' watch kind of rounds out. It's about getting to the time where you think you should hit the hay.
Pass it off. We're gonna
And he slept for like nothing.
He doesn't get sleep.
mm-hmm.
close up the book after I've been done studying.
I putzed around at this a little bit more, but I'm just gonna call it quits for the night.
Speak click and the book will lock itself.
Before we wake up Chad, I might just peek around the area quick, see if
Yeah.
I can't find anything. Just wanna.
I'll walk out with him and throw up dancing lights and just kind
Give
of
me a perception check.
look around. 13.
18. Yeah, walking around, and you get your dancing lights out and go to survey the area. Walk out a few feet, kind of walk over towards your alarm. Still looks intact, unmoved. See nothing,
Hear nothing.
hear nothing. Pace over a little bit. Just the still woods.
Well, we'll walk back. I'll nudge Chad. Take your watch. Seems Caladan hasn't been getting much sleep tonight. Just make sure you watch him tonight. If anything comes up, you get us right away.
Oh, I will.
I'm gonna go lay my hand on Caladan's shoulder again, and I could tell my friend's struggling. I was like, you need anything, don't hesitate.
It'll kind of like snap me out of it a little bit, and I'll just be like, I appreciate it.
And then I'm gonna go to sleep inside the shack, kinda in the corner of the back wall. The wall that's most sturdy next to like that overgrowth kinda.
Yeah.
I kinda have my back to the wall.
I'm gonna walk over to Kaladin and be like, well, I heard you didn't get much sleep.
Yeah, it seems that kind of seems to be a bouncing trend between me and you ever since we touched those godforsaken whatever they are.
Yeah.
And I like try to find some humor in this fucking pain.
Do you remember?
I like let out a chuckle that's more like a front. Like not a real laugh, but just like a
I'll understand it.
Yep.
Somebody has it.
It's both like,
That's what I thought, so I have it on my
Yeah.
so I could just copy that over too. And
So, I've been meaning to ask you ever since. Would have been last night? No, 2 nights ago, right? Last night, technically, right? When we fought the Death Knight?
2 nights ago,
Would it be 2 nights?
because you slept in the divot.
Wasn't that the same night?
A few hours after.
Either way, ever since we fought the Death Knight and how you held on to your faith throughout that entire thing, it kind of makes me want almost to feel that guidance, if you will.
Are you saying you wish to explore?
Maybe not your faith specifically, but just of faith in general. I was wanting your take on why you keep it.
I guess there's many reasons why somebody could believe or, you know, eventually find a reason to find something that gives them. I guess at the end of the day, for me, Tyr gives me the hope and strength and reminds me and gives me purpose to get. Revenge is it's an easy word to say, but it's almost not what it is. It's just Tyr gives me the strength to fight, back for things I necessarily couldn't at a certain time in my life. So that's what my faith does for me. And that for me gives me the will to live and want to share, findings. Hopefully everybody finds something like this one day. And I don't quite know if that would be Tyr for you, but I think it's something that's definitely worth getting into and maybe seeing if that interests you. Seeing if you can find something you can align with.
And ever since I died, it's kind of been like almost a new respect for life, if you will, and how precious it may be.
And then I'll look at you, like very stern, I'm gonna be like, I know we've only gotten to know each other through almost, it seems like, having to conquer these tribulations, and it seems like we're not getting a bunch of answers, but just know that even though while I was trapped there with that Death Knight, almost every time you guys reached out to me, even I have my times of weakness. I was willing to give up my faith to save you guys. And I just want you to know that I chose that option more than my faith because of that bond that we've grown to make. And I just want you to know that I hope you know I don't want it to feel like I left you there, but it's really hard to put into words, I guess, and I'll just kind of like look down at the ground, like kind of ashamed, but again, like, you know, you see like the faith, like, I don't know, it might be like from the demonstration that I made, it might be giving you the courage to do it, but at the same time now for me, it's like something like, oh shit, you know?
Yeah. But it's also giving you the strength to get us to the point where we are. Like, who knows where you or us may be if you never had it in the first place.
You're right.
Obviously, it was probably not an easy decision.
It's hard to say what you did may or may not be the right thing in the heat of the moment, but I just hope I made the right decision. And
based off that temple or the statue we came across, at the very least, you made Tyr happy. Whether that's because of just everything you've done or that specific moment, you're at least pleasing your god.
I like nod. So, like, out of character, are you planning on
Possibly.
like Tyr?
No, I have no idea. Just like either a cleric or paladin type.
Okay, well then that I'm gonna set. All right, I'll remember that, and then maybe I'll set something up or whatever. So.
And then after that, like, hearing you say that, you know, I'll do like what I've done with every like Benedict at a certain point, or like when Ace, you know, the whole bullshit, you know, I'll like really extend an arm up to you and I'll be like, you know, yeah, just telling you I appreciate, you know, almost like I needed that to hear that from you. You know what I mean? Because I just watched you get fucking cut down. But people, you know, I don't know if you guys heard it, but yeah, that was the struggle. I wanted to just give up my faith to save you guys. And that's the reality, like, you didn't hear when I was in there, so, you know, like... Yeah.
And I wasn't even there watching.
So it's like I almost couldn't approach... I can't approach you because it's like you almost feel bad and you don't want to bring it up, but, like, it's, like, reassuring to Caladan for you to, like, be like, you know, I don't see it as something that, you know, like, fuck you, but more or less, like, it was an eye-opening, you know, experience to see somebody believe in something, I guess, so heavily like that, you know?
Yep.
So...
Yeah.
So, yeah.
Not even realizing it, but just having this simple-ish conversation and maneuvering your way around how hindsight is 2020. Hours have gone by, and you look up and some sunlight seems to be creeping through the trees a little bit.
So is Tyr like the bringer of light?
Tyr is the god of law and justice.
Okay, so it's not.
So I that's like how I envision Caladan conjuring something like that. Like, generally either I'll close my eyes or my eyes will be like lit, like almost emanating a holy like flame, or that's how I'll like absorb it, you know, is like through whatever.
You see Tyr as like a light.
Yeah, for Caladan it is like literally the, you know, his existence as being, you know, gives him the purpose and all the backing to be like, yeah, so those people who messed with you, yeah, let's, you know, pound them into oblivion, you know. So that's why it's that strong for me, because I mean, it gave a little bit in the backstory of Caladan, but, you know, he wasn't a man that didn't have much family or much of anything, and
that's why that whole Death Knight thing where it was like, oh shit, I got friends now and I don't know what those are, but oh shit, I got my faith and I love my faith, but like, dude, my heart and my head are two, you know what I mean? So yeah.
Yeah. Yeah, I got nothing else to say.
Yeah, you get to the point where you think your watch is up. Morning is fresh upon you. You can hear and see the wildlife squeaking its way through the undergrowth, and you look up the trees. And
Hold on. And then before that, I'll like almost remember it, but I have a symbol on the handle of my hammer that I keep for Stronghold and Petu, I believe. That I keep like on the bottom of the handle. Like before, not insinuating you have to. I'll just like I'll grab out my maul and I'll like unwrap it. It's just like a little like symbol of, I think, Stronghold and Petu, and I'll kind of hand it to you and I'll be like, but if there ever is a moment where you don't know who to call on, who knows, maybe Tyr might answer for you, and I'll hand it to you and I'll be like, this is something that I've kept with me everywhere I go. Maybe you'll find some comfort in
And it's
the
just
holding
like
it. You can see it's almost just like
it's on your hammer?
yeah, so
Okay.
it was almost, it's something that it was given, I think, just the symbol, like what I have branded almost, but I've had it where I've wrapped it like on my hammer, so when I'm fighting, it's there with me. You
It's
know?
almost like a medallion or something.
Yeah, and it's not like
Okay.
huge, it's just, it's
Well,
small.
that's
it's
what I was
there.
wondering. Is like, is it a medallion or is it like
Yeah,
engraved into your
It's
hammer?
like a
Do you-
medallion.
are you talking the symbol of Tyr or the symbol of the Viberist Confederate?
It's the symbol of Tyr, I believe.
Yeah, so it's a little coin, and you can see it's two balanced scales
Yeah,
resting
that's
on
what
a
it is.
war hammer.
So I'll just hand that to you, and you know, and I mean, when you look at it, it's something that it's worn out, but it's well taken care of. You
Yeah.
know what I mean? Like
Like you've-
when I set my shit down, I make sure it's clean, and I make sure that you can see it's sentimental,
Yeah.
if anything. You
Yeah.
know? Then I'll hand it to you, and then I'll give it to you, and.
Are you like giving it to me? Like giving it? Okay.
And like I said, it'll be more or less like, maybe if you are in a situation, just try talking to Tyr.
Yeah.
I'd tell him Caladan sent you, and I'll like nudge you or something.
Will do.
So.
At the very least, if regardless of what happens, I'll make sure to keep track of this, take care of it.
Mm-hmm.
Put it in my pocket or wherever I keep my items. Should we go wake up the rest?
Yeah, no
Get away
problem.
from this little hut.
Wake up the boys.
Are you
And then I'm
guys?
just, I'm gonna instantly make a ruckus, and like as I get up,
Where are
I'm
you
just
guys
gonna
sleeping?
like kick the wood on the side of the hut.
You're in the hut.
Oh,
Yeah.
the
there.
hut in the
Okay.
corner.
Yeah, I'll just I'm gonna get up and pretend fall and just kick the ever living fuck out of the side of the hut. But I also want to do that to
And
see
then it
how
all
rickety it is.
collapses.
Well, yeah, that's kind of
Yeah.
it. So
As you actually do that,
Roll for damage.
roll for initiative.
I die.
literally roll for damage.
Benedict falls down the fucking hole.
Dude, I hope he collapses on us.
11
I die.
walks up, and as you guys are sleeping inside this
Push your
shack,
foot through the wall.
and Chad's watching from outside, he goes up and gives it a little kick, and the one floorboard that you kick just is soppy, and it seems like a chain reaction as the floorboards across the front some
You'll hear me
fall
just,
off.
oh shit!
And since you both are sleeping on the same side of the shack, where you saw earlier where the foundation was lackluster, the whole thing kind of seems to go at like a 20-degree tilt.
Yeah.
It'd be like a
Careful
typical
there.
old like 80s show. Like you'll just see me, oh gee, you just hear a bunch of like crash and bang and like eat shit outside the door.
crack
and
a joke.
everything.
Some of the boards on the side seem to fall off. And
I'll crack a
land in the
joke and
water.
be like, and you're always making fun of Benedict and his size.
I will jump
Smack
up
my
alarm.
Smack my head against the wall as the whole house leans and wake up.
I will
Oh,
try
so you guys
to-
will hear me just as I'm getting up. I guess it's not built for a dragonborn. Or dragon kid, whatever.
I will be very startled and try to stand up.
Yeah, you get up, and inside the shack now it's all at an angle.
I will sigh.
I use my staff
The
and
water
just
starts
grunt,
to run.
Actually,
pull myself up.
I'll kind of yell out. Well, what's going on? We good?
Yeah, got it.
It's one way to put it, yes. Otherwise, good morning.
Simple nudge would have done.
Let's just say it's an old building and we'll chalk it up to that.
Ace is at a loss for words.
Well, let's hop on the horse. Get back at her. You want to disarm your trap?
Yeah, I'm gonna disarm my trap and put it away.
Take it all down.
I'm gonna wave the keys at Benedict. Mind if I just keep these in case they come in handy again?
Hang on to him. I ain't got no use for him now.
He's like, yes, keys.
But you hop back on your horses. Seem to be a little bit startled after the
House.
vandalism of the local housing.
I'll be like all energetic because I totally did not mean for that shit to happen. But then I'll just be like, oh yeah, so like, what's up, guys? You know, like, how did everybody sleep? You know, I'm trying to just completely like breeze by the fact that I just collapsed some random building.
But you guys hop back on your horses.
Well, Ace, do you want to take the reins today?
Why not? We'll see how she goes.
Alright.
D20.
No, I don't want to take the reins. I need to buy
Wait,
the dice.
we never said he's going first, though. He's just taking the reins on me. Like, on our
Yeah,
specific
we'll,
horse.
we'll
yeah.
send our horse
Well,
first this time.
It's up to you. Who wants to make the roll?
Well,
You want me to roll? Or you want me to roll?
yeah, you can roll this thing.
I'll
You be the eyes.
yeah, I'll be.
It's gotta be. So does like the high or low numbers matter, or is it just random on like?
Yeah, because I'm also exhausted, so.
Yeah, that's probably not good for you. You got
What
disadvantage.
is it? Perception.
Just regular
Just a roll,
D20.
14.
14.
That's actually one roll I probably could have done.
Go ahead and roll a 1d4 for me.
Look at this. 2.
2. Continuing
Meteor
on.
shower.
You guys hop back on your horses. Some of you squeezing down a little bit of a meal from whatever you have on you as far as rations. Maybe digging
The
into.
horse rations.
Same thing as Ace dug into
I got a question.
a night ago.
Yeah, I'll go see
So-
the horse. Wait, where'd the horse?
So he's got a point of exhaustion.
Mm-hmm.
Is there some sort of like potion or whatever equivalent of like an energy drink that could get rid of that?
No, somebody can knock me the fuck out.
A long rest gets rid of exhaustion.
Well, I know like long rest does, but is there like a non-long rest equivalent to just for the exhaustion?
Not that I know of, but
Okay,
it's D&D. Anything's
that's why I'm
possible.
asking. I don't know. I didn't know if there was like a potion or an elixir or something like that.
Chad tries kissing Kaladin, but then works.
But
How does that make you feel, big boy?
Wake me up.
taking the reins, Benedict leads the charge with Caladan
Can't wait.
riding bitch.
Yep. Fucking nod.
Hanging
I'm like,
on to
I'm
me.
like the guy who like blinks each eye.
It's like the Titanic. I have like the reins and Kelly just like hugging me.
But you continue on.
You're just like full strength, just try not to collapse.
And after a time, it begins to, what you think, clear up. You don't know if you're coming to the other side of the bog. You're not sure how far in you've gone, but it is definitely welcoming. Hearing some chirps of birds and the wildlife around as the sun welcomes you, and you take a sigh of relief as the golden rays are upon you once again. But trudging through, the trees begin to dip back down into somewhat of the gnarly ones, but more sporadic. And you're now getting into an area where there's almost a tall wheat-ish, not a field, but kind of an open pasture. And this tall grass almost tickling your feet and your legs as you're chomping
Almost
along
like
with
a
your
meadow.
horses. You continue on. Another hour, another 2 hours, and you can see on the other side of this. Give me a perception check.
us?
Whoever wants to.
You like my D6?
4.
Everybody
One. Perception check. At disadvantage, Kaladin.
18.
Disadvantage roll again.
Another one.
I don't want perception.
Yep, that's good. 8.
21.
Okay.
Okay.
Yeah. As you guys are moving along,
You got more than all of us combined.
you're almost distracted by a majority of you are almost distracted just by this weird, tall, weedy area that you're in, and you can't even see the ground as you're trudging along. But Ace, you notice, peering over and looking off into the distance, you seem to be in somewhat of a large circular area in the middle of this swampy bog area, and you're maybe right in the middle of it, halfway across, trying to reach the other side. As you can see, the trees continue up again.
So it's kind of more like a plain, like an open area. If I'm scanning the tree line, do I see anything or anything stick out to me?
Too
or
far? No.
Nothing sticks out to me besides we're just in the middle of an opening.
Yeah, it all looks the same in every direction. You honestly, if you spun in circles a couple times and opened your eyes again, you wouldn't know which way to go, other than the small beaten down trail that you guys just...
Being it is kind of more of an open area, do we see the sun at all here?
You do. It's high up in the sky, completely, almost cloudless, just baking down on you.
Being we're semi-adventurers with where the sun is, can I try to tell which way is south?
Give me a survival check. Hey, you gotta get rid of those things.
Is that another one?
You gotta get rid of those things.
You're fired, dude.
Yeah.
You can hand us your character sheet at the end of the session.
You look up at the sun and you're trying to
Let's go
think of...
You're like
Think
the
of-
kid who looks at the sun and then it gets into like he sees it.
He's blind.
You try and think of the ways that people have calculated which azimuth you're looking at, but you have no idea.
And you lose your sight.
Does it just keep getting brighter the longer you stare?
And after being in this middle area for maybe an hour, you eventually start to reach the other side. It's very similar to the other side that you just came out of. And the more you trudge on, it's just more and more swamp. Almost getting a little bit sun-baked at this point. Almost that humid tired from being in the sun for so long.
That's great for you.
But slowly it patches. The trees start picking up again, and you start getting into more shadowy areas. I'd say Ace, with that perception still going on.
Thank God.
As you're trudging along, you remember what Kaladin told you the night before about the noise that he heard. And you hear something similar. Ever so faintly, ahead and off kilter to the side a little bit. Almost like a water.
And with my perception and how he explained it to me, do I correlate them together?
Mm-hmm. You hear it again. Almost a bigger splash.
Hey y'all, hi. The thing, remember last night when you heard that, not water, but sounds like a trick, it sounds something, sounds like, I think there's something up there to our left.
You heard that just now on horses. And I look at you like sleep deprived.
Sleep deprived.
Either way, I think we better be careful and just ready. This one, from you said it was faint last night. This one is, it's there.
Seems up ahead.
It seems there. Doesn't seem up there. It seems there.
I guess us being in front
Totally makes sense.
yank on the reins and slow down a little bit and maybe let you pass ahead. Like pull off to the side and see where.
Could I tell how far away it was?
Just out of sight.
Yep, just hit you.
I might pop
Just
off the
hit you.
horse.
Yep.
I'm gonna pop off the horse,
What's that?
and I'm gonna
Fuck is that?
more motion.
I've never had that.
Halt, and I'm gonna start trying to. I'm just gonna say follow. Let's go a little slower. I don't know what's there, but it seems like something was there. Like,
There's plenty of light
Yeah.
in these woods.
so I'm gonna start creeping my way up.
So you stop the horses. So kind of.
I hop down off the horse and I'll stick kind of by you and follow you in.
You guys want to tie it
With
off
my
there?
staff ready.
Want to tie the horses off here and just check it out quick?
Yeah.
We'll just tie the horses off.
Tie them off to a tree. They kind of just stepping in place. You continue on, going up. You're looking ahead where you thought you heard the noise, taking the charge. And as the trees gnarled and branchy, you've gone through them with horses. It's more difficult now that you're on foot at times. There's almost like a mucky ground that you thought was normal ground, and you step into it. Gotta get up, and you dip in under tree roots and branches that seem to gnarly jump up and sprout out. But going closer and closer, you can see ahead where you thought you heard this noise is a patch of ground that seems to get less mucky, and the trees seem to create like a canopy where there's all shade.
Do we see any movement of any sort?
Mm-mm.
Maybe my imagination, I guess. We can continue investigating a little further, or we can go back. It's up to y'all. I'm not noticing anything now. It could just be a trick of my imagination.
I mean, we could just hop back on the horses and then just keep our eyes out.
Yeah.
I was want to do that.
Because their main goal is to get to
Get out of this swamp.
Gumdrill, yeah.
Right. It's fine with me. Start heading back the horses. I wasted our time.
Your words.
Take the reins again, hop back up. Take the horses. Now that you're out of the mud, again, all of your boots now filled with muck.
Not mine.
But keep marching along. You continue, and this shadowy area that you saw, it's just kind of like the similar tall trees that you saw before, but it's like a smaller patch in here, and just the stalks that go up. But you continue on. Everybody give me another perception check.
Would you like a different dice?
Yeah, honestly. Yeah.
I get disadvantage, right?
Yep.
9.
9?
10.
Yep.
16.
16.
5.
5. 5.
Someone better? Or are you just bad at rolling?
Yes.
Yeah, on your horses. Again, what's the marching order?
I think me and Ace are in front. I think is how it was.
And then
I mean,
you
originally-
and Benedict in the back.
Yeah, because I think we passed them.
Yeah, you get up, and it's actually kind of nice getting up in this more groundy, patchy area. But you continue on and looking around, just you're almost getting tired of looking at the same thing over and over. Ace, give me a Constitution saving throw. Which you're within 10 feet of Caladan, so you get a +3 to it.
You're welcome.
Dice with more weight. I'm gonna keep sending it. No way it's bad again, right? There's no way, Shade.
We'll see.
Did I get a +3?
Yep,
15.
15.
Yo, having a +3 is crazy.
Yeah, you're walking along, or you're on the horses. Just tired of looking at the same thing over and over, but on just a passing glance in this pasture, as you're walking by one of the giant stalks of trees, you can see a weird mossy growth. And as you peer over, you can see this, like, almost unmoving in the distance mossy growth that looks unnatural to the trees around it, before you see it turn, and you see a black, almost ovally facial figure, before you see two white eyes looking right at you, and you freeze up, and you take 20 points of psychic damage.
Did I pass or? Can I try to whip a card at it before you ask for initiative?
Yeah. Go ahead. Make an attack roll.
Guy pissed me off.
20 points of psychic damage. What the fuck?
11.
11. Not enough. You throw a card. You guys see Ace as he and throws a card off into the distance. Disappears off into the trees. And then I'll ask everybody to roll initiative.
Can I do something before that?
Sure. I just
I don't even know if it's acceptable, but I'll be so close and I'll just be like watching that when I see him throw a card and stiffen up. Nah, maybe I will.
Did we get
I was gonna
pluses
kick the
to our
shit out of you.
initiative? Or no? No,
Just
I think
kick
that
you
was
over.
something we were talking
If
about.
you were,
for,
like,
a
locked
feed
'cause you
or
looked
some
at it.
shit.
Oh.
Because it's how you froze up, so I was just gonna like
It's like
put
a
the
tree
boot to your
or, like what?
Just looks.
So was it a tree before? Or what was it?
That's how you explained it, right? It was just a mossy growth that all of a sudden looked at me and had eyes.
Yeah.
Or growth?
You're used to those, right?
Yeah.
You would know. Because I know there is moss and trees around us, and you know what really hates moss and trees.
Did you roll initiative?
Fire. I might have some for that.
initiatives.
15?
9.
15, 9,
23.
23,
Damn.
I go first.
4.
4.
How far away is this thing from us?
Bro, I hate light dice.
White dice do suck.
40 to 50
I don't
feet.
like light dice.
Well, it seems like the heavy one's really working for you, dude.
Well, the thing I don't understand is it's worked before.
19.
See, I just got a nat 20.
Yeah, but
So,
what'd you
like,
get
did we
before
see it
that?
move?
A 2.
Or is my card whipping
Right
in
as you
the
see
direction?
him throw a card off into the distance, you look over and you can see elevated what looks to be like a rocky surface and this just a silhouette of like this mossy figure on top of this rock.
So there's 2 people.
Do you want to grab the green mat thing?
How far apart are they from each other?
It was just one.
He's like standing on a rock,
I really want
or
to know
whatever
if I
this
passed that
figure
check or
thing
not.
is. Seems to be
I don't
standing
think
on a
so.
rock.
15 though?
No. We rolled the same things for the Death Knight, and that didn't work either.
Yeah, we'll do that.
I was like, are we about to slaughter some horses? Oh wait, those are ours.
Shoot. We don't have the plastic cover for the squares. You know what I'm talking about?
Oh,
The clear thing?
Yeah.
Like, that we
It
can
might
draw
be,
on?
yeah, it might be
I'm pretty sure
over
it's
there,
gonna
in
be-
there somewhere.
It should be, it's like long, it's like big, like one of those, like these squares, but clear. Is it? Oh yeah.
is opposite of like curiosity
Yeah.
kills the cat.
Yeah?
Yeah.
Yeah, yeah.
Yeah. Slap that on there.
No, I don't think that's why you had it.
So you guys are kind of coming.
Oh, you killed our horse, dude. Oh my
Oh,
god.
the-
hell,
Fuck the horses.
You guys are going that direction. Good enough. Yeah, and you see this mossy figure on top of this stone thing deeper, somewhere in this direction. But we come to Benedict. What do you want to do? You would see it right about there. There. Which that isn't exactly how it looks. Right now, all you can make out is picture somebody who's wearing a massive cloak and it just drapes to the ground, and all you can see is this black hole of where their face would be.
So,
You're still on the horse, by the way.
I hop off the horse that got
It's
pushed
half your
over,
movement.
and I walk up to this stone pillar thing, peeking around, kind of trying to see what the fuck we see. And burn half.
It seems to be about like elevated on a rock.
Okay.
Did you want something to put him on?
No.
Okay.
What do you want to do? Caladan, you're on deck.
Divine Smite.
Probably.
I'm gonna cast Mage Armor on myself.
All right, and then you get the
that's pretty
abjuration points on your ward as
ward.
well.
Sir, yes, sir.
You can see Benedict, almost spectral shields seem to circle around him before disappearing. If that will be all, we come to Caladan.
Yep.
Where am I guess we're on the horses.
Yep, you're on the horse, so it'll take half your movement to get off of it.
Alright, I'll get off. And then after I get off, I'll like turn to whatever it is, not to look at it, and I guess it's in its general direction, and I'm gonna cast, what the hell is it called? The magic weapon ability, that one I was asking you about.
Yep.
Find it really quick. So like as I grab it, I'll pretty much cast the ability, and then yeah. So you touch until the spell ends. That weapon becomes a magic weapon with +1 bonus to attack rolls and damage rolls.
Yeah, you kind of touch your maul. This aura seems to flash over it before disappearing.
That lasts for an hour.
Oh. That's a long time. It's gonna be a long combat.
And do you want to walk towards it at all?
Yeah, pretty much
right
as far
here.
as my movement, but maybe like behind line of sight.
30 feet?
Yeah.
5, 10, 15. There?
Yeah. And maybe like to the left.
There.
A little. Yeah. Right.
Right there.
So I'll be like in line with Benedict, but on the opposite side behind cover. Just still feeling out whatever the focus is.
Yeah.
But then I'll face Ace too, and then I'll end it. So I'll like turn around and look at him because I saw him get.
Okay.
So I'm debating like, like what am I gonna do here?
Yeah.
Kick him in the mouth or?
And right as we come to its turn, you can see this figure atop of this rock sitting there, just unmoving, almost unnatural. Seems like it blends in with the natural camouflage around it before it starts to move towards your direction. But it's not moving. The rock is. You see at the top a massive snail-like figure and this bony protrusion of a shell-like thing atop its back. Seems to be made of bones and different parts of skeletons and rocks and pieces of the nature around it before it starts to slither its way. Towards you.
It's a hoppy slither.
And then that's on its back.
God damn. That big ass snail.
It's a unit. I think someone broke into your house.
Before Benedict, as you're facing it, and you're seeing this thing move, you look up, and its two white eyes look right at you, and I need you to make a Constitution saving throw.
Add +3.
Just these white, pale, perfectly circular eyes.
Is that the snail or the trunk looking thing?
The thing on its back.
17.
17. That is a success.
+3, brother.
Let's go.
Ben almost made it, apparently.
I didn't try to get hit by that shit.
Yeah, that shit looked like it hurted.
Quick maths.
So it has high AC.
As you take 8 points of necrotic damage.
Not psychic? Or does that not matter?
Correct. Which 1 second, Ace?
I took 20 psychic is what I...
You actually didn't take any because of your evasion. No, that's only dexterity.
That's dexterity.
Gotcha. Well, yeah, you take this necrotic damage as you look into its eyes, and it just gazes right at you, and you feel like the veins coming out from your eyes almost turn purple before it shoots through your body.
And that was the whelk.
That was the Bodak. The whelk just moved. And we come
Is
to...
this the whelk?
Yep.
Okay.
We come to Chad with Ace on deck.
Alright, I'm gonna hop off my horse. And then I have...
Your high horse, pal.
So 5, 10, 15. I'm gonna go there.
Yep.
And then I'm gonna cast Fairy Fire on them.
Okay.
Let's fucking
And that's
go.
how big of a range?
20 feet cubed.
Yeah.
So it's all of them.
Yeah. Like in this area. Describe what that looks like.
Well, I don't think it's an area type thing. I think it just affects the creatures within that.
Yeah.
Like instantly, and then it goes away. Like, right?
Yeah.
Okay.
Like a prismatic.
Well, it's just voice, so I'm just gonna like yell out Fairy Fire.
Well, normally you do magic, but you don't have your flute.
Yeah. So can I not do that?
You know, you can.
Oh, good. Did I have another instrument on me?
What does it do?
Maybe you'll find out.
You got your voice.
Yeah, I'm gonna sing it.
Oh yeah, that's fucking
It's the most enchanting voice you've ever heard.
I'm ready for this.
So then they have to make a dexterity saving throw.
He's not gonna sing.
No, absolutely not.
What are you singing? What are you doing?
Say again the card.
Huh?
You
Say
gotta,
again,
you gotta
the card.
explain what you're doing. It'll
I'm
be the first
casting
time
Fairy Fire.
you've ever performed something, though. Technically.
That's not true.
Well, called it all like that, like saying I'm gonna sing something then.
Yeah. So
Like you've never just been like, yeah, so I'm gonna bust out my instrument and play something. So this will be like the first time you actually called that as a bard.
Like you look
Like
at
you
them and
literally.
no, I did that the last time.
Did you?
Yeah. And then I died.
you gotta know a song about fire. Come on.
No. I'm
You
not
know a
singing.
song about fire.
Not singing.
You know a song!
Read what the spell is.
So each object in a 20-foot cube within range is outlined in blue, green, or violet light. Does any of that matter?
No, it's up to you.
Well, I'm saying, like, does each light have a different thing? Okay.
Just for color blindness. Yeah.
I'm gonna go blue since we're in, like, a forest. I feel like that'd be easier to see.
Okay.
Fucking close to me.
So they're outlined in a blue light. Any creature in the area with the spell...
Good.
When the spell is cast, outlined...
Melt.
If it fails a dexterity saving throw for the duration, objects affected by the creature shed dim light 10-foot radius. Any attack roll against an affected creature or object has advantage if the attacker can see it.
Dexterity, you said?
Yeah.
That is a 14 on the Bodak.
That's crazy.
And a 14 on the Bone
At
Whelp.
each other.
Yeah, that works.
So they both succeed.
Literally, that's...
However,
what I
they,
need.
they are outlined in blue.
Yep, and they last for a minute.
So we get advantage on attacking them if we can see them.
Well,
No.
they
They
succeeded.
succeeded, so they're just outlined. So they can't really hide.
Yeah. So now you can see Johnny, or Chad, as
Oh,
he
Johnny.
casts a spell, and the outline of the Bone Whelk and the Bodak seem to glow in like a prismatic blue aura in their silhouette. Is that all you want to do?
Caliban's
I
gonna
can
be
cast-
very surprised that he finally got to hear the bard sing. I'll just be sitting there like smirking and be like, there's
We
the
all
pipe-
get
there's
inspiration.
There's the pipes.
There's not really anything else I can do, so... Yeah.
All right. Ace, you are up. Benedict, you are on deck.
I was hoping for those advantages. They also can't go invisible.
I am.
Attack. Just hitting them all.
Is there anything behind us?
Is the horse one?
Just more trees and growth.
Don't forget that.
So I
If
have.
I use one ability, it's instantly.
I'm gonna pop off. 5.
Or
That's Chad.
Oh shit, where am I?
Yeah,
Oh, I'm
No,
over-
that's Chad.
That's you.
So we were
I
moving
use guided strike.
the wrong one,
No,
right?
no,
No.
no. I know which one is mine.
So
I paid
I'm
for it.
going to do my best to hide behind this.
Yeah.
With like 3/4 cover because I can still attack with 3/4 cover.
Right there, or
I just want a 3/4 cover from them. Wherever you understand that 3/4 cover.
The rock. There's another creature. Like,
And then I'm going to try to whip 2 cards at them.
all right. Which one, the Bodak or the Welk?
Top thing.
The Bodak.
Yeah, fuck that
Yeah,
thing.
roll the hit.
That's a dick. We feeling white or green?
What are you feeling?
well, you gotta do one for each card, right?
We ain't rolling.
Ho ho, which one first?
Can you do them at the same time?
Can I do them at the same time?
time.
Ooh, baby, a 21!
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, that hits.
Yes.
Yeah, but I don't have sneak attack, so I'm kind of worthless here.
Hey, I just outlined the guys.
3 damage.
Hell yeah.
And then your second.
Second one, I'm feeling special. I'm gonna take the -5 to hit.
Yeah.
I'm assuming that's in there.
7.
That misses.
Which one?
You throw a card and it kind of cuts off part of its
I don't get the-
almost
I don't get the
cloak. You
snail.
can see a slit open before black almost
that a
corpse
Skeleton.
dissipates from behind
Pretty sure
it.
it's not a
Your
rock?
second one, you throw it, and it seems to bounce off the back bony
I
protrusion
mean, we thought it was a rock.
of this bone whelk. And then you can. Well, you already used your bonus action, but yeah, just behind the rock, looking for a 3/4 cover. Is that it?
Do I still have can I use a little more movement? Or is
You're
that
about
15?
5 feet more.
Could I just go hide behind the rock?
Completely, yeah. Hide behind it. And then we get to Benedict. Caladan, you're on deck.
So Benedict is going to appear around that rock, and fresh on his memory from studying last night, he is going to cast Wall of Fire, but in a sphere, or in like a cylinder, basically, circling the snail and the cloaked figure. A 20-foot radius for the flames or for the fire.
Right before you rolled that damage, at the start of your turn, since you can see its eyes, again, a similar gaze bumps into you. And I need you to make a Constitution saving throw.
+3, motherfucker. 22.
22. That is a success.
Take 20 damage. No.
It's already gone, but it was just like
Well, that's good.
it just went.
However, you still take 8 points of psychic damage.
Josh has got 2 HP.
It just shocks your system again.
Did you get paralyzed or anything?
No. But the wall of fire.
Dex saving throw.
Okay. 10.
Nah.
And then for the Welk as well, 14.
Nah.
They both fail.
And that is 5d8.
Let's fucking go.
And then,
They're actually immune to fire damage.
if anybody has some
Shrivel up.
spare dice, we could use as like
Yeah,
A little border.
I don't use it.
Wall of
Got a
fire.
huge mimic. Wait, I probably got it up.
Yeah, that works.
I got like all purple.
Oh, we'll use these because they look like fire, yeah.
Mine, I give them.
That's
So we'll have,
They're kind of ugly dice. I'm not gonna lie.
Take this one for a rip.
I don't know where you want it here.
Oh, that makes sense.
Light
Orange.
You can position it how you want.
No, it's not mine.
Do you want it to be in between you guys and them?
Yeah. So it's like a straight up
Oh,
just
that looks
perfect.
good.
Is it enough
circle.
to?
Having orange on fire.
Yeah.
Yeah. Thematic.
Checked out.
So we'll just do the 4 corners
Okay.
That's a circle. You're supposed to be 360.
like that. Yeah.
I'm rolling these all at the same time.
Oh, I gotta switch to combat cam.
What might be?
Is it 5D?
I like those dice. Oh, they got the gear. They're the ones with the gear in there. You have 5d8s?
Probably have like 8 or 10.
I didn't know you took Wall of Fire.
Kind of.
I think it's in the
your
book.
plans.
22.
It's a both, right?
Yeah.
Do we have the battle
So
game
you
on
did
too?
44 damage.
22. Yeah, 22 to each. And then
Where was this with the Death Knight, huh?
when the wall appears, each creature within its area must make a dex saving throw on a failed blah 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 blah. One side of the wall selected by you when you cast a spell deals 5d8 fire damage to each creature that ends its turn within 10 feet of that side.
So you want them all facing like inward? The damage side.
Yeah. And then each creature that ends its turn within 10 feet of that side or inside the wall takes 5d8 fire damage.
Wait, say that last part again.
It's huge.
One side of the wall selected by you when you cast deals 5d8 fire damage to each creature that ends its turn within 10 feet of that side or inside the wall.
And then was there a next part?
A creature takes the same damage when it enters the wall for the first time on a turn or ends its turn there. The other side of the wall deals no damage, so like the outside.
So
Okay.
If it's still inside,
Yeah, so it's literally right next to you, but you have it.
a minute.
It's literally right
That's
next
a
to you, but it's facing inward, so you don't.
Yeah,
take
so I don't
damage.
take
And if they
damage.
go to leave, they take damage.
Yeah, describe what
we
this
just
looks
can't go in there
So
either, right?
it's actually like
we're not
We
allowed.
just shouldn't.
it's like somewhat opaque, like the barrier. So pretty much like for us outside, you just see like a slight, glossy window that you can kind of see through, but you just see flames on the inside, and then
How tall is it?
20 feet high
Oh, how tall is that
thing.
deck?
10, 15.
Oh, so we can't see him really.
No, you can. I'm pretty sure.
You said it's opaque though. This would be like opaque.
Not the flames themselves, but the barrier, and then the flames are on the other side.
Yeah, but I'm saying like this is opaque.
Oh, right. Translucent is what.
Yeah.
So we can't really
So
see
just huge,
just a-
just circle of flames.
Yeah, you
Death.
see
Yeah.
right as Ace hides behind this rock, and this Bodak seems to be gazing at different
And I
party
will-
I
members.
imagine we're all just chilling.
I
And
will
next
be
thing you know, we just see like you
standing back.
screaming
Yeah,
in your
yeah.
fucking clothes move.
You can
we
see-
just this fucking wall fire.
We're getting roasted.
And you're not looking at it, but you can feel the heat from behind you as Benedict raises his staff, and a fucking column of flames shoots out underneath this canopy of this just thick trench of just swamp. Flames alight the space and the canopy atop, and almost seems to alight the leaves and canopy above you as well, and then the sunlight in the middle seems to beam through. These flames just persisting in this area. You almost get a wave, a blast 5 feet from you as you cast it, even though there's a barrier there. It blows back your hair. You retreat back.
It's a level 4 spell.
Is that it?
Yeah, I'm just gonna, just kind of stick between Kaladin and Chad as I'm just like focused on keeping this wall of fire up.
Kaladin, you're up.
Yeah, so like, can I hit that shit inside that fire or like what, dog?
With what?
My hand.
You can still see them faintly through the flames,
So like, let's say.
but you
I
would
just
you would
swing-
have to enter the wall to physically hit them, since you're not
Which
in
would
range.
take damage.
All right.
You don't want
5d8.
Yeah, it's huge.
Yeah.
Yeah, you don't want
that smoke.
don't do it.
No, because to leave you gotta go through it again. And
God damn it.
so essentially you'd be hitting twice. You got a bow?
Rock. So I will cast.
Little improvised weapon.
Where's
Which you're still facing away from it.
Yeah.
You never even saw it.
How close is Ace to me?
15 feet. 10, 15.
10.
I'm going to cast Protection from Evil and Good on him.
Alright.
You have to touch him.
Holy water, so imagine we see a massive explosion and my back's to it.
And you're just like,
and all you see me is I'll pull out, my vial of holy oil. I must uncork it, just throw out whoosh, And yeah, so until this and whatever, just cast something on you, say some shit. But until the spell ends, one willing creature you touch is protected against certain types of creatures: aberrations, celestials, elementals, fae, fiends, and undead. The protection grants several benefits. Creature of those types have disadvantages on attack rolls against the target. The target also can't be charmed, frightened, and possessed by them. If the target is already charmed, frightened, or possessed by such a creature, the target has advantage on any new saving throws against the relevant target, and it lasts for 10 minutes.
So what was it about saving throws?
You have advantage against aberrations, celestials, elementals, fae, fiends, and undead. I can just give you the card to have a look at. But yeah, so I'll cast that on you. And now that is a... Otherwise, yeah, I'd go up and smack the shit out of it. But so yeah, that is a level 1. Does that have anything that increases as you use better spell slots?
Don't look like it, no.
Okay.
Josh just out here just fucking shit up.
Do big things.
About time. You're a little slow at the beginning, but
We know.
So if they are any of those,
Literally.
they just have a disadvantage on attacking you. Or anything for 10 minutes.
that should be enough.
Is that it?
I suppose I could use a bonus action. Maybe. Can I?
If you used your action to cast a spell, your bonus action would have to be a cantrip, which you don't have. So
Okay.
you could light your hammer.
Nah, I'm good.
You're staying put
I'll move up a little bit.
towards it.
5, yeah.
You back towards it.
Well, I'll be
He just doesn't want to look it in the eye.
let's say walk back, I'll turn as I take my fucking first step
Yeah.
or something. Not
That's
just scooch back to it.
That's it.
Yeah.
Yeah, we come back to the whelk.
Which one's the walk?
Big snail boy.
Nice.
Who's 5,
Oh god.
10,
But it's perfect though.
Takes damage if
15. So the fire's right there. And this is still on its back. And
He takes damage.
what's the thing if they start their turn?
Anything in the area at the start of their turn.
At the end of their turn, I thought it was.
Oh, yeah, either.
That ends its turn within 10 feet of that
Takes
slab.
5d8.
Or ends its turn there. Yeah. Yeah, so if they end their turn inside there again.
Shit's like
The whelk
too big.
will end its turn there. So it takes...
5d8.
Do I have to roll another save, or it just takes the damage?
Okay.
No, it just says deal 5d8.
Yeah, go ahead and roll damage.
It's just fucking damage, baby.
10, 15, 19, 22 again.
22. And the Bodak.
So he's
Going to
halfway
its
through.
turn.
Okay, so we
Pretty
can
much,
see.
yeah. So you see it literally slowly move its way through this ever-present flames. And there's just this
Little
slimy
eyeballs
figure,
are like.
and its skin almost seems to peel back like a freshly cooked sausage. As it slips
Get
through, and
hungry.
the bones on its back just turn to char, black, almost charcoal. As the flames dissipate.
Me.
The Bodak, similar,
Getting hungry.
jumps off over a rock to its side.
I'm not looking at it, by the way. You can tell my character's head is facing away.
As it's gonna look at Chad because he's right there.
Oh, I'm not looking at him, though. It's okay. We're not
You
making
never
that.
said you were
It
looking
says
away.
a creature
Huh?
takes the
You never
same
said you were
damage
looking
when
away.
No,
it
but I'm
enters
facing
the
this
wall
way,
for the
you know.
first time.
Or ends its turn inside of the wall.
Oh, yeah, see, I'm still
Enters it for the first time. So he was already inside
I need you to make a
of it.
Constitution saving throw.
Nah, that's leaving.
Where did my D20 go?
That's underneath the paper.
Goddamn, you're on top of that.
And I get +3?
For what saves?
Yeah.
Yeah. Kidding me?
Constitution.
It's gonna be funny if it's worse.
So 20.
Word.
Yeah, you take 10 points of necrotic damage.
Get the.
This is kind
And
of fucking dumb.
At the start of its turn, by the way, the sunlight that's coming through the canopy seems to affect it almost as it seems to shrivel away from it. Before it jumps down and gazes at Chad. You see these two white eyes.
I didn't see shit.
Seems to shock you up a little
Sunlight
bit.
might do something.
Blinded by the
Before
light.
it's going to move again
You throw a card and cut all the trees down.
farther this way. That's going to end the Bodak's turn as we come to Chad's turn. And at the start of your turn, I need you to make another Constitution saving throw.
What the fuck? 12.
+3?
Yep.
Oh. Unfortunate.
Maybe.
Hopefully.
Hopefully.
Learn your lesson.
You take 16 points of psychic damage. Again, just these eyes. As you start your turn in its gaze. Shocks your system. A searing pain shoots down your spine.
What's the Welk doing then?
The Bodak.
So, I can use cantrips as bonus actions, right?
Correct.
Only if I do a spell, though?
Yep.
So if I, like, hit it with my sword, I can. use
Correct.
it. That's dumb.
Listen, man, I don't make the rules. I just enforce them.
I'm gonna... I'm gonna cast Bane on both of them.
Okay. And that's a 1d4 minus 2 any saving throw they make or attack roll or check.
Yep. I gotta make a charisma saving throw.
Alright. Bodak first. Charisma 10.
No.
Bone Welk 14.
Yep.
It's a very charismatic snail.
And then I'm gonna run up to this guy
Alright.
and I'm gonna touch him and cast light.
Okay.
So then he's glowing. I'm gonna say yellow. So he's got
Okay.
the blue aura.
Yeah, he has the blue outline. You run up and you touch him, and it's hhis cloak.
Wait,
over-
which one was it that
over him?
seemed like affected by the light? Okay, perfect. Yeah, let's do that.
And you cast light, and it a similar effect to Caladan's hammer or other things you cast light on before.
Just walk up to him, hey, and just.
As all of you can now see this Bodak over in the corner, even though there's a flaming column of fire that's just exploding, permeating this glowing figure with a blue outline. Is that it?
You didn't take damage?
Can we not see his face because we only see light?
How long does your flame last?
Is
Minute.
giving someone bardic
But I mean, it's
inspiration
basically
a
useless
bonus action?
once the slug comes out of it.
I believe so.
Okay, so then yeah, I'm done.
Yeah. At the end of your turn, you take 5 points of necrotic damage.
Dude, this guy is just a sickness.
As this aura you can see just emanating from it. Now that you're up close, you can see this cloak, and you can't even see a figure or any creature underneath. You just see 2 white eyes, and it's almost just like silently sitting there, and this just aura is.
Chad is bloodied.
As we end Chad's turn, we come to Ace. Benedict, you're on deck. Which
He's
you
within
can't-
5.
You can't see him, so none of the auras trigger on the start of your turn.
I am going to. Doesn't have to be a 5-foot step. Whatever I can to be able to whip a card at the fucker.
Let's say you
At
could
the
right there.
motherfucker.
Hey, the kaboo.
And he is within 5 feet, so I'm going for a normal attack with some sneak attack.
Yeah.
Well,
ahead and roll the hit.
well.
Give me a natty. A good natty. 19.
That hits. Go ahead and roll damage.
Kill him. I'm scared.
46. Let's
Oh, I thought it was just 40.
Yeah, I was going
40 damage!
I mean, Josh did 44 damage in the first turn.
15.
Oh, I mean, that's still pretty good.
Oh yeah. We got pretty consistent damage.
I just gave
And
this guy
then-
disadvantage.
This is
And then-
one of
For my second attack, I'm going to attempt. So I'm going to take the -5 again for plus 10 damage.
Yeah.
If you do it next to people.
Oh,
11.
No.
And then, if I can have a little more movement at the end of my turn, I think I found the key. I'm going to go behind the fucking rock.
Dipping back. But as you hear this and feel this fire column explode over the rock, you don't know what's going on because you're hiding behind it, but you poke out and you looking around, you can see this glowing figure and all between all of your companions, and you take a card and you just throw it right at it, and it flies along, almost cutting the almost the nape of the figure, and the cloak seems to split. You can see a bony, purpley, fleshy shoulder of it. Seems to be bleeding almost black blood down its shoulder and down its arm. Then you dip back behind the rock, and we come to Benedict.
So the light only... I didn't read this part of it. Because it's a creature, they have to make a dexterity saving
against
throw.
the relevant.
Yeah, so you get that bonus plus minus.
Yeah, no.
I'm behind Caladan,
Too bad I'm playing fucking
Like,
guerrilla tactics. and I'm
touching his
fucking
back.
hiding.
or what I can reach. His back, yeah.
You're touching his ass.
At the start of your turn, by the way. Constitution saving throw.
Is that because who's staring at me? The slug?
Bodak.
Oh, fuck yeah, he can probably see me. Shit, it doesn't
Yeah.
matter. Nat 20 right
I
here.
found the glitch in the Matrix, dog.
+3.
Be a
It was
pussy. and
literally about to roll on the 20, and then it went to the 2.
Yeah, with
Five.
super juice.
You don't get a-
abilities
you said
to
5?
have disadvantage
You
on
don't get a
extra
plus to
everything.
six.
6.
You
Forgot
don't
my
get a-
+1.
Oh, you
You're
get
poisoned, you're like, no. No. You're frightened. From what, bro?
Yeah, at the start of your turn,
I die.
you look over. Well, you don't look over. You just can see its eyes. It's this glowing figure, and it is bloody, by the way. It's been bloody for about a turn. As it's sitting there, this bony protrusion of a shoulder, and the blood coming down as a card slices it on the shoulder. And these eyes, just these pale white circular eyes. And you're getting ready to cast a spell or what have you before you you lock up and you fall unconscious. 0 hit points.
Ooh. Did you make a saving throw?
Yeah, you rolled a 6.
Did it do damage, or did it
With
just
the
make you
fucking
unconscious?
+3? Jesus.
Did it do damage, or did he just
Later.
go unconscious?
I didn't roll any damage. You just went unconscious.
What kind of saving throw is it?
Constitution.
Damn. Alright, never mind. Yeah, we did.
Yeah. Effectively at 0 hit points. Benedict falls over, his body slopping into the slushy mud. As we come to Caladan.
Good luck, boys.
Yeah, you didn't say you were looking away, so I need you to make a Constitution saving throw. Does the aura apply to yourself?
Yeah.
I'm pretty sure it
yeah.
does.
Oh yeah.
By WoW logic, yes.
I am the aura.
I am.
17.
17. You take 8 points of psychic damage.
How close is that motherfucker to me, Shade?
The snail?
5, 10, 15,
No,
20,
the
25.
snail.
Oh. 10 feet.
Yeah, so he's gonna have to give me a saving throw.
Okay.
And he has.
Is that your aura?
Yep, it's my aura of conquest. So.
But it has to be frightened of you, right?
No, anybody who enters that 10-foot radius has to do a saving throw, and if they lose, then they're frightened of me.
And they get a minus D4.
What type of saving throw?
Yeah, just give me one second. I don't know where the fuck I put my plate.
It's either wisdom or a charisma.
Wait. Oh wait, never mind.
Wisdom
The snail
saving
is
throw.
charismatic.
Yeah, 7.
Yeah.
The D4 doesn't apply to that.
Yeah. So then what happens?
It doesn't. I remember you saved against it.
So what happens
snail.
is you're frightened of me,
Alright.
so you lose all your movement.
Okay.
So this is actually perfect. So okay, so you lose all your movement, and then you take 1d4 psychic damage every start of your turn if you fail a save.
Yeah, a frightened creature has disadvantage on ability checks and attack rolls while the source of its fear is within a line of sight. The creature can't willingly move closer to its source of its fear.
Yeah.
So back into the fire.
Yeah, describe
Wow.
how that aura looks at the snail as it comes through the fire.
I don't know. All I can picture is just like me standing there,
Somehow
getting-
intimidating. a
already
giant.
already planning, like him kind of almost walking into my hand. That's why I moved up there. So I'm just gonna be sitting there and just like grinning at him. But like again, when he's looking at me, all it is like either like the breaker behind me or something, or just like it makes me seem like I'm like 20 feet tall. You know,
Yeah,
like
it's-
the confidence is just crushing. You know.
and it's even though it's taller than you, it's two spindly eyes like looking at you.
Yeah, so
Gripping
then
your ball.
that'll lead into this, and I don't know. I'm just probably I should like heal Josh. I should.
You do you, big man.
All right, so I'm gonna switch it up a little bit. So I have magic weapon already built in, so I'm going to
Hit Josh.
Get
forward!
And you're making a new character.
So technically, so if I Divine Smite, the only time I can use a bonus action is if it's a cantrip. I couldn't use like a bonus action of a different type of a smite to like change it mid, because I have 2 attacks. So if
Right.
I wanted to start with a Divine Smite, and then if I have a bonus action for a different smite, could I split the 2 actions?
The divine smite isn't a bonus action or an action. It's just something that you can add to an attack. It's
That
not
you
like a
pick.
spell or anything. You just use up a spell slot for
Oh,
the extra
shit.
damage. Oh, by the way, I will say, you we didn't really roleplay through it that night, but you can attune to whatever you did that night. Wanted to.
Okay, perfect.
My boots of Elvenstein.
My boots of velvet.
Okay, so hear me out. So let's say if I wanted to double attack. Well,
And the
attacking is an action.
The
All
bone
the Divine Smite's
Magic
doing is
missile can't
enhancing
hurt
that
me.
action, right?
Yeah.
That's
So I can't
specific
like. Okay, I see what you're saying. So I can't Divine Smite on one attack and then use another action on that second attack.
Well,
Right?
the attack is an action.
Right. Yeah, I'm answering.
spell. That one. It's almost like you.
And the bone whelk is beyond bloodied, by the way.
Okay, so we'll just style this shit out then. So we still got the gems and the weapons too.
Yeah.
User.
Okay, so yeah, while I'm standing there, it's almost like I was ready for it. So I'm gonna have like my leg, like my hammer's like this, and then I'll plant my foot, and then almost like the ground will shatter under it, and then I'm gonna use Thundering Smite.
Okay.
So Thundering Smite is
a little dummied down version of a Divine Smite. It only does 2d6 damage, but it sends out a fucking shattering sound, 300-foot frontal cone of audio of just like a snap. And it has, if it hits, it will shoot him 10 feet back into the fire and, well, it says knock prone, but I don't know how it works with a big monster. But it will push him.
So do I have to make a save for that?
No, it's just if I hit the thundering.
If there's range on that, you can just stay there.
So that's just if I hit it, but then that's the thing. So I'm going to guided strike that.
So is the Thundering Smite a spell?
Yeah, and well, yeah. So I still have to
do you have
roll
the
it.
spell card for it? Because I don't think that's a physical hit. That's like a spell you cast out. So you wouldn't be able to guided strike that.
Thundering Smite, I thought it was the same thing where you like hit it with a weapon. Like it's like,
That's what I thought.
it's Divine Smite, because I have like a lot of smites. Yeah, the first time you hit with a melee weapon during the spell's duration, your weapon rings with thunder that is
Okay.
audible.
Yeah, so you cast...
You cast
Is that an
it,
action?
Yeah.
You cast it,
Yeah.
and then the next turn
Yeah,
you would
so you
swing
could
to
cast that as an
attack.
action, but then you wouldn't have an action to attack it. So you'd have to wait till next turn.
I read it wrong.
What is it called again?
So that was
Have you only-
theoretically what was
You've
supposed
only
to
done
happen.
one action. You haven't done one action, have you?
I pictured it happening in my mind.
Which you still
It was
have an
pretty
action and
Have you used it?
I just
bonus
wanted there to be
action,
like just a sonic fucking wave just shattering through this fucking stand. All you hear is just like thunder fucking, and it's just like fucking dust through it. I'm just standing there and it just
cool. Like flies back.
I plan
into
on
the
knocking it
fire.
back in the fire, but it just disintegrates.
what do you want to do?
Divine Smite him then. Just fuck that
Alright.
snail.
Get in range and then roll to hit with
Yeah.
them all.
And I have a bonus with magical weapon, so I have +9. So 17.
That hits.
With a +9?
Go ahead and roll damage, and then if you want to pour a Divine Smite into it after.
Been a while. Where I've hit, I guess. 2d6 bludgeoning, and then it also gives me one weapon, or like one damage on stuff. So it gives me one attack bonus and then one damage bonus. So is that just on my maul?
Yeah, so you already added to because you're normally +8. It already added. That's why it was
Yeah.
a +9,
Yeah.
and then whatever the maul is for damage, so
So
should
it's
say
like-
like 1d8 plus.
Do you have your gem too?
2d6
You wanna
or
use your gem?
2d6 plus 5 plus 1.
Thundering
Yeah.
Smite in the book is off of melee attack.
Yeah, that's
Yeah,
what I
yeah.
was.
Well,
Yeah,
he,
but
he
you
yeah,
ca-
but
you
he
cast
so it's a
it. So what-
spell, so he has to
It's
use an
an
action to
action.
cast that spell. So on his next attack,
But it's a bonus
it'll-
action.
The spell.
Thunderous Smite is.
It's one bonus action.
Yeah, so what,
Oh.
so what
So
I meant
that's-
is by like an action is like I have to initiate it with a regular action and then I can bonus it during it to be like
Yeah.
Well, you would use your bonus action to cast the spell on.
and then use your
So it's like
action.
your next
you
turn,
would-
and then you would use.
but
your
that's the
action
thing.
to-
This it says the ability like
So in theory,
Is
he
it-
could do it because
Yeah,
it's,
yeah,
it's
you
not
can do that.
it's something I cast when I make contact. Like it's just like thunder. Like as soon as it hits.
Essentially,
Well, that's when the effect would happen. But like you
you can
cast.
cast like let's say
Yeah, but I don't
last
think
turn.
it says cast on your weapon.
Yeah, it does.
No,
it's a
if you read the card,
concentration
it
up
says-
to 1 minute.
Oh,
Yeah.
okay.
So,
So
you,
you
you
cast
use
it.
your bonus action to cast Thunderous
Yeah.
Smite, and your next attack
within a
the
minute.
next
within
hit.
a minute
It happens.
after when you
cause that.
hit.
Well, it would have been. Cool.
So like I
You can
could
still
pick
do it
up
if you
your
want.
hammer, you know, within the next minute, hit something with it, and
Yeah, so I'll say with this hit, since you already did, I can say if you want, you can use your bonus action before you hit there. For the
So that's how we can play it out.
yeah,
Yeah.
the Thunderous Smite.
yeah,
can
'cause
do-
you
so it's
can
like
do that with
your
it.
maul
How does
almost.
guided strike work? Is that just
Just gives me +10 to my fucking attack bonus.
Is the guided strike a bonus action?
Yeah, that's what I was wondering.
It's once a rest. It is just after attack roll, add +10 to roll, but before DM says it hits or not.
It doesn't say bonus action. or
Once a
action.
rest, channel divinity.
Read Channel Divinity.
Once a rest. Wait, what are you looking for exactly?
If it says like bonus action or action.
Yeah, so conquering presence says it's an action. Guided strike doesn't say any.
Yeah. Which I mean, you already hit, so you don't have to use guided strike. But so for this turn, at the start of your turn, you cast Thunderous Smite, Staggering Smite, what are those?
Thunderous smite.
Thunderous Smite. So your maul kind of sparks up with almost an energy, and then you walked up to it, and then you went to hit, and you hit it. So now we can go ahead and roll damage. So we'll do the maul's damage first.
Which one's the 6 again? This one.
The normal dice.
8 plus 5 is
13.
13 plus
6. So 19.
14 plus 6.
13. Yeah, isn't it plus 5? Or no? You're using your maul.
No, so it's 3 plus 8 is 5 plus 5 is 13.
Oh,
Yeah, then it's the plus 1.
you said 8 plus
Don't
5.
match the same math.
It's 13. Okay.
Yeah, so
14.
14, yes.
And then we can roll the damage for the staggering or the thunderous smite.
Same thing, it's just 2d6. 1, but it's an attack roll, so I can re-roll it. Do the great weapon. Fighting skill. 6. 2, I can re-roll it.
That doesn't count for the thunderous smite, only the maul's damage. So it's a, what was it, a 1 and
1
2?
and 6.
1 and a 6.
So it's 1, 6,
and
then
6.
2. So
Yeah.
7.
But then,
Not bad.
so that
So
does the
21
magic
damage.
weapon enhance the spells?
The magic weapon adds +1 damage to the maul.
Okay, sure.
Maul's damage. And then that's it.
Well, he used his
That's
bonus
dead.
action, so.
Well,
Well, do you want to pump like a divine smite?
Yeah.
are you doing
Yeah, go
the
ahead.
to see if you push it back?
Because they'll go in there and then at the beginning of it.
We'll see if you can do the divine smite first before everything happens.
Yeah, I'm just gonna hit him with a divine smite then.
What level?
We'll just keep it level 1, so it's
Yeah.
just
And it's an undead.
sure.
It's double.
So go ahead and roll damage for the divine
So
smite.
that's already
Is that radiant damage?
Pretty nifty. Where'd you get that one
Oh, shoot. God,
Jesus.
at? Oh, really?
Yeah,
Glowing
she's
blue
like,
outline.
I don't know what ring you're picking
And
up.
then sand him.
She's like, I don't know if you like, you pick
So I gotta roll to hit.
And I was like, I'll pick it up.
Nope, divine
And I
smite
just, like,
damage
kept
just
scrolling,
stacks on
scrolling,
top.
scrolling. I was like,
Nice,
I
so
like
that's
this
cool.
one.
3d8.
Jeez.
I
This is
haven't picked
nice, so
mine out
that's
yet
cool.
either.
I mean, yeah, I took a long time.
Just another Tuesday for Caladan.
3 months
8?
ago. And
Was
she's
it
had a
better
ring
than
for
anything?
like 2 years.
1.
No.
Not really.
Are you already used to it?
I'm pretty used to it. Yeah.
14.
And sometimes I'll take it off though. I forget.
14
it
total?
For like a
Yeah.
day or 2. Like I hate
You did
gaming
35
with it.
damage.
Like I don't. It's like
I'm
Wait, no.
Trying them on. I hate the feeling when
You gotta-
go like this.
yeah.
You had 9 on the divine
Because this is
smite?
like slightly bigger than like when I close my knuckles.
Because isn't it double?
I don't know. I hate the feeling of it.
Do you know what size?
The divine smite?
I'm an 8.5.
If it's undead, it's just an additional d8, which he already
Oh,
calculated.
oh, sorry.
So it's like generally 2d8, but if undead, it's naturally like a spell
Yeah,
slot.
I know exactly.
Okay, I
yeah.
thought-
But
That's
yeah.
the only thing that bugs me.
so on Caladan's turn,
Anything else?
you can see
Yeah.
this snail just making its way out of this wall of fire, and it's almost eyes, and it's like skin is peeling back from like ashes, and its cilia seem to like be wiping over its eyes as it finally comes to, and it just sees Caladan standing there in 2 inches of water, and his frightening presence just seems to emanate out, and the water ripples out from him before he casts thunderous smite, and his hammer starts to trickle with energy, and he pumps a divine smite into it as well as the
Is this guy fucking
the
Thor?
head of the maul begins to glow with like a holy energy before charging it up, and you bring it underneath, just nailing it right in the meaty section of it before a thunderous wave goes out and it gets blown back.
Yeah, so. Let me see
It
here.
makes a save.
It's a strength check, but it's no DC, which was confusing.
Must succeed a strength saving throw or be pushed 10 feet away from you and knocked prone.
Well, with a natural 5, probably not.
No chance.
As this smite and all of this stuff just lands into this meaty section, you can feel just bones inside of it and everything just crack before it gets blown back in through the flames and out of sight. You can hear,
It is also prone.
and it's at negative 31
No,
hit points.
Let's go.
Now I'm already cooking dinner for us too. Put it back in the fire.
Oh, actually, yes.
I was like, it's prone.
Yeah, dude.
shit.
All I pictured was like it coming through. I had the thunderous smite, and you just like while the like mace was ringing and the foot was planted, just hit him, and then it just shatters, like
Just
the
like
fucking earth
waves,
like just like crumbles, and it's just in the air, and you just see this fucking cone just 300 feet.
Yeah,
Just,
and you can see it almost like ripple this flame effect of this column that's flying up into the air, and everything gets blown back, and even some of the debris on the ground kind of gets stumbled across. And as it's flying through the air 10 feet back, it lets out, as it dies, a blood-curdling scream as it flies into the flames, and everybody takes 16 points of necrotic damage. So
That's not good, dog. That's my sneak attack damage.
and as it shrieks,
Hey, I'm still
and where
there.
these
Does it say I have to be
flames are,
alive?
from where it died, you can see a circle as it lets out this scream. All of the plant life underneath it just immediately rots to a black. Kaladin just standing in the ashes of the aftermath. And if that's it,
yeah, I mean, well,
Josh, we're just like
let me see here.
fucking snail.
Yeah, that should be it.
at the end of your turn, you take 5 points of necrotic damage from the Bodak. As just in the corner of your eye, these pale white eyes.
Does that do anything? I don't know.
Yeah, I'm keeping track of it.
So that doesn't do anything with the scream?
No.
Alright.
Is that it?
Yeah, that's really all I suppose.
Yeah. We come to the Bodak.
Actually, do I have any movement?
You do.
I'm gonna place myself in between the Bodak and the Benedict.
Are you down?
Yeah.
Oh
Okay.
shit.
Yeah, fuck.
Just me and you, dog.
Yeah, you can get right up to it right there.
Yeah, or just right. That's good. I just don't want it to hit at least Benedict.
Yeah, fuck Chad.
Well, I don't know if I could get in between you and Benedict from the guy. Could I?
Like in between Chad and it.
Chad, Benedict, and it.
Yeah, take a look there now.
Like, is that
you're
even
not like
You could try to squeeze,
You're not, like, dead, though.
and stand like almost over him there.
Yeah, I don't even know if
You still
that's
get
a
hit
good
points,
idea.
you're just knocked unconscious.
Oh, that's a good idea, but yeah, we'll fucking send it. Just
You get
save
right
it.
up to it, and you're standing. It's a
don't know.
pretty short figure
You're
now.
at 0,
You can
don't
see
get
the
death saving.
where Ace struck it with a card,
I
and
mean,
its
if I still have my
cloak
HP,
almost
yeah.
fell
Well, 'cause
off.
he
It's
didn't
a
tell you the
bony
damage or
skeletal
anything.
underneath, and
He
it's
just
just
told him he was
bleeding
at
black
0.
blood. Is it?
Did he?
I would these pale
Yes,
white
man.
eyes.
Because the way I understood it, you were just unconscious.
But at the start of its turn,
Oh yeah, you have to make a saving throw.
oh, I do.
Start of your turn, yeah. Anybody
The
in the
Bodak?
anybody in the within 10 feet of me at the start of their turn has to make a wisdom saving throw.
And he does not have
Wisdom 16.
How would I tell if that beats mine?
your spell sheet. He
At the
doesn't have
top.
Bane anymore. Shade.
Right.
What does Bane do again?
They get minus 1d4 from attacks and saving throws.
14.
So anytime he rolls
succeeds.
his dice, he subtracts 1d4 from it.
So the frightening presence doesn't affect it, and
So you can scare a snail, but not this little dude.
these white eyes, even though it's standing right in front of you, it just looks right up at you. And these eyes now that you're close up look like about that big, and you can't even tell there's no texture or anything. It's just a pale white,
Don't you dare.
and it
fuck
silently
me.
just looks at you before you see
This is
feel
how
a
I die.
shock come over your system. I need another Constitution saving throw.
This is how we die.
$14?
14 just makes it.
Take 20 points of damage.
Yeah, I'm waiting for it.
I took 10.
I don't know if I could afford that.
You take 16 points
Okay, I can afford that.
of necrotic damage. These pale eyes right in front of you. You can almost shock your system. You can feel the veins almost shoot down your neck as you almost freeze out for a second. It's like a poisoning feeling through every vein of your body.
I felt it.
And it's gonna end its turn right there. Right in front of you.
Ace, you got someone in front now.
Yeah, we come to Chad. I need a death saving throw.
No, you don't.
Pretty much like body blocking them too at this
So
point.
this
Roll it.
fucking
Oh, I know.
sass on this guy.
That's right.
This fucking sass.
I'm-
I know, because of your necklace.
You're like, I need death saving throws.
Yeah.
Peacefully
Ace,
sleeping
you're up.
right now.
Yeah.
You wanna
Well, you know what
step
I'm gonna
forward?
do? I'm gonna do my little teeter totter,
He's just like, oh fuck.
and I'm going to sauce a normal card and try to hit him.
Yeah, roll the hit.
Please don't hit me.
16.
Just makes it.
Stonks.
And you get sneak attack.
What the fuck?
Damage.
22.
How do you want to do this?
Oh fuck! I'm whizzing this fucker, or I'm curving it around him because he's right in front, and I'm going. So how are the eyes? Are the eyes kind of like this, where they're more stocky?
No, it's like the hood of it in this oval where its face is, and it's like inside of this.
Is this like Shy
just
Guy?
these eyes.
I'm curving it around him. I want to go through the eyes into his head.
Okay. Yeah. Ace steps out from
I'm just
behind
sitting there
this.
looking at two guys. Just
steps out from behind the stone as you see your two companions down in the mud, and this flaming column of fire, which actually probably went down,
It's down now.
as
Yep.
it dissipates, and this shrieking blast comes out. You don't know what's going on from behind this rock, but you peek out and you see a multitude of effects in this murky, watery area, and you just see the blue outline that your
He's still light up
companion
too.
triggered on it. And you see Caladan standing right in front, and you
He's still glowing.
time it up and take your card and you throw it, and you can hear disappear, curve around Caladan as it comes through, around him over his shoulder, through the head. You can see a skull of a skeletal figure underneath just get lopped off before it just silently falls into the muck.
I'm instantly going to run over to the closest one to me and rifle through his pockets for a health potion because I got nothing.
But you can stabilize them just by.
Can you stabilize
I
him just
also
with a
don't
kit?
have anything.
What'd you say?
How can I stabilize him? Do I need something special for that?
Any health points will bring him up immediately. Or if you do want to stabilize him, just make a medicine check.
Okay, I have no way to heal because I gave all my
So
health
medicine-
potions to you. So I'm going to make a medicine check.
Go ahead.
Just fucking heal them.
And
me
just
back
so
to
you
mouth.
know, if you make a medicine check and you fail, which is
You kill
5
me.
or below,
Yeah,
it counts
I
as a
can just-
death save.
I can heal
Okay,
them.
not yeah. Knowing that now,
I'm gonna look at you like take out a fucking knife and you're like,
knowing that, I'm not gonna make a medicine check.
I'm gonna like look back at you after you, like the thing drops in front of me and I'm just smile and be like, oh, thank God. I got like 7 HP right now. And then I'll drop to a knee while I'm just like, oh, and then I'll lean over and touch Chad and then I'll use lay of hands on him. So,
And
max. So,
As he's doing that, I'm like,
25 HP heal.
we're full health. I get double hit points.
Wait, what?
Yeah, dude.
got something for this fool over here?
When you wear this pendant, you
Nah,
stabilize
I'm
when
just
you're
fall,
dying
bleed
at the
out,
start of your
die.
turn. In addition, whenever you roll a hit dice to regain hit points, double the number.
Oh,
I didn't roll
so
that.
good.
No, that's like a short rest when you roll your hit die to regain, then you gain double.
So no. So it's just 25.
Well, as he's
Which is still
healing,
monstrous.
I'm gonna go loot the body
Which
I'm-
body?
of the fucker.
Bodak?
Yeah, I want to try to loot his
Bodak,
body.
yeah.
Give me an investigation check.
Bojack?
Anybody helping Benedict?
Yeah, me.
You got
Can
it.
I'll-
I got
let's see what
nothing.
it is.
And then I'm gonna
I'm tired of
use a
dying.
level 2 cure wounds on Benedict. So
Doesn't matter what dice I use. I got a 9.
2d8. What's this
Thank
one?
you, brother.
Do you make that or Josh?
That's what it looked like, by the way.
Oh.
Oh.
Oh, fuck that thing.
So, does Sam do the rolling or Josh?
Oh, plus
Whoever's
my,
doing the healing.
plus my
Sorry.
spellcasting ability modifier. So that's
Do you or do I?
He does.
it is. So it's 2d8 plus 6.
Do it up.
That's pretty good.
That's
Is this
a
8?
lot.
I'm done.
Yeah, that's 8.
Okay. 8. 7. So 15
Okay.
plus 6.
21.
21.
That's a fat heel.
That's huge.
Hell yeah.
I'm almost full,
God
baby.
damn, man. I'm sitting
max?
there reeling and I'm just fucking dropping bombs. I'm just like, alright. And I just
gonna heal
pass
yourself?
out, dude.
Well, I've never used a heal spell before, bro. As a paladin, it's just kind of lit.
Dude, that'd be sick to like put in the scene though, like the thunderous smite, like
Oh,
just
that
like
was
you hit the
animated.
ground and you hear like the shing on, like the shing, and then just
That
just
that combat was fucking. We hit level 4. Let's see what our stuff can do.
But
So
I was,
for
it
the
was
spell I
like,
took didn't do
it's one of those things where I'm like, okay, so if I hit, I'm probably gonna kill it, or if I don't hit, it could kill Josh. Like, it could take a save through.
I was literally thinking, I was like, do I use Wall of Fire? I was like, the chances we get into another combat before we long rest, very low. We're using Wall of Fire. And then like the next turn I was like, do I use Lightning Strike and try to collab? It's like, nah.
Yeah, dude,
And
that'd be the
put me to
play
sleep.
right there. If he had more HP, like, and I don't know how it works, but when you're knocked prone, like, if I was to land that with his no movement speed from being frightened from me, dude, he'd just sit there and fucking roast every turn.
But now you're in this
Oh, because
murky,
Josh went down the fire.
quiet
Yeah.
space. You look over, you can see the Bodak. Its head
Still cool.
lopped off. And what'd you get in the investigation check?
Only a 9.
9. Going up and
You found
inspecting the
eyeballs.
body, you can see this cloak, and it's over just the skeletal, lanky figure. And where its head got lopped off, it's a very small skull and a little brain inside. And the cloak that I was wearing seems to be made out of like a moss.
So nothing of value to me, it seems. Right? Well, that's...
Can I go over to the snail and see if it's edible?
See if it's
Give me an
roasted.
investigation check.
Because I mean, it's been roasted.
Anybody loot
I go
that
over
big ass
and-
snail?
Yeah,
No.
can I go check out its shell
I'm
and stuff?
gonna hobble
See if
over
there's
to it.
Investigation
anything
checks.
like stuck in there.
8?
8.
Wait. Oh, it's not saving throw. Never mind. 8. I'm just looking to see if
what
it's
check?
edible.
15.
What check?
Investigation.
14.
I'm just seeing if it's edible. I don't even care about the stuff it has. Just want to know if it's flesh.
I'm gonna not be looking at this. It's not very much of a meat,
I suppose it is like cooked.
but it is very
That's why I was-
charred. It's almost like when you cook a hot dog too long. You kind of like maybe poke it with a stick and it kind of the shell almost cracks into a slushy mass. But checking it out, you can see the after getting blasted and going through all these flames and this blood-curdling screech that it gave out when it died. Inside the shell itself, it's just a pile of bones that seem to have been piled onto the ground. It seems to be made of like stone and different skeletal bones.
Any loot?
You almost died for nothing.
Where's the money?
He's carrying
Can I
10,000
take-
gold and diamonds.
Are the eyes damaged?
I want to take the shell.
Yes.
So I couldn't take them.
Paladin, can
Really.
you carry it for me?
I'd say
that could
there's
be a home
one
for you.
sort of intact, but the back side of it where it connects, the core seems to have been ripped out. It's kind of oozing
Sorry, I'm
out.
being
I crawl
premature.
inside the
You saw it.
Unfortunate.
I haven't been paying attention.
But
Actually, I'm gonna take that eye that's intact and I'm gonna cut the cord off. Or you said it's already been ripped out, right? And I'm gonna toss it to Ace. And think fast.
dexterity saving throw.
Oh my god.
Plus 3.
I'm not like throwing it at him, just like an underhand, like little light toss.
Plus 3.
What the fuck is that?
Probably the 20 if it's the
It's a
same.
9. I also have evasion, keep in mind.
And plus
I'm not doing it to like harm him. I'm just like
the,
tossing it.
the
like,
eyeball that Chad seemed to have picked up off of the bone whelk.
Well, I guess I
the
had
cord in the
11.
back ripped out and it's oozing out. It hits you in the shoulder and it kind of splurts over your shoulder.
What does it smell like?
It smells like a rotten egg that's been shit out of a.
Kaladin's gonna see that and let out like one hearty. And then he's gonna like fall over onto his side because I have 7 HP right now.
I guess I will take the abuse, I guess. I will not pick it up.
Just falls over.
Which, looking back, your horses seem to have tried to run off, but they're kind of startled over here, and they look damaged. Like they're hurting.
Can I try to calm my horse down?
Yeah, give me a animal handling check.
Whoa!
You walk up, you can
Team goes over, the horse punches one.
You can grab the reins and kind of like
Chill out,
calm it
man.
down. To
Yeah, just like kind of like
still
pet
looks
its neck or
Yeah.
whatever.
It still looks like
Grabs
it's very
its tail.
startled, especially after everything that just happened.
Yeah.
But you get a wrangle on it.
Cool.
I'm gonna go over to our horse and just kind of reach up on its little face and kind of like pet it a little bit.
Should I reach
Animal
for the
handling?
face?
Oh, fine.
Kind of the same thing. You go to pet it. It's a little bit startled, but you kind
might
of get the
miss
reins
head
of
and
it.
Go somewhere else.
It's not startled. It's not scared of you guys. It's scared of like the situation. But you being there and helping it kind of calms it down.
Cool. I feel like these guys need food.
I feel like
There's
we
food
all
all
need
around.
to... Anyone have like a magical bonfire to set down to heal all 6 of us?
Take a short rest.
Yeah. Let's do a short
Yeah,
rest.
I'm already taking a short fucking rest. I'm fighting.
Yeah.
Yeah.
How baby?
My way to leave at 9 a.m.
That's fine.
I gotta be up at 5:45.
Hey, congratulations, by the way.
Thank you.
Fuck you, Josh.
No.
You're all asking. Cats.
Winnie has though.
Don't you fucking lie to me, dude.
Well, if you guys want to set up right here for a short
Does it
rest,
look like is it kind of like mostly solid ground?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, unless I get
Is it
a
a
heal or
safe
something,
area?
I'm pretty fucked up. Like bad.
Yeah, I'm feeling a short rest here.
Imagine from like necrotic and psychic damage, I got a massive headache and I'm missing some skin.
Wishing we had some ale.
It's true.
It's on the cart. Oh, you don't know about that? Wait, I still have that. Don't I?
What?
The wine, because I took it into the hotel. Or whatever the Silver Stag.
Was it in your?
Well, I didn't write it down.
Oh,
What was it?
then you don't
It was
have it.
wine.
you don't have
Alright.
it, man.
It was wine. I must have drank it.
Gotta
all.
write that shit
My
down,
bad.
bro.
Or do.
I'm making a list of the stuff I need to buy when I'm in town. I want ale.
Yeah.
Has Winnie eaten?
Yeah.
When
She needs her meds.
When have you eaten?
But if you guys want to set up and take a little short rest, you can go ahead and use some hit die.
So I have 78 hit dice.
How many
I can use as many as I want.
Yeah.
Can I use one, then it's not enough? Can I use 2? Or do I have to decide how many?
You'd have to take another short rest.
Alright, so I have to decide how many I'm going to use. Alright.
Oh, so you could choose how many hit die?
Mm-hmm.
Go.
Okay.
Winnie.
Okay. I'm gonna do 3.
And you get double
You have to choose.
from your periaptic wound closure.
Apparently, yeah. But I only have 1 hit dice, so it's funny. I mean, I only have 1 d8, so I'm choosing before. I'm going to roll
8.
this X amount of time.
10,
How do you tell how much you have?
15, 30. Yep.
It's on your
Say on your
sheet.
sheet
Oh,
underneath your
72.
Yeah.
7d10.
Yeah.
Oh, bro.
Yo, your boy's at full health.
I mean, I would almost need to use all that to get it back.
7.
Use however much you want.
When do your hit dice reset after a long rest?
What the fuck's the time? This one?
You get to choose how many you use, by the way.
Yeah, I'm gonna use 3.
That amulet came in clutch, dude. think
This
it's
is
great.
a short rest, right?
Yep.
Then I'm gonna use 4.
Shade saw me before I reached my final form and put me to sleep. Motherfucker.
Use that saving throw, dude.
Huh?
In a 4. Jesus Christ, dude. 30?
You at full?
Close.
I'm going to use all mine, actually. What?
How low are you?
17 out of 53.
What's your max?
53.
What's your
70.
what?
78. I think I'm just using them all.
I'd use 5. Keep 2 just in case.
Yeah,
Or I
but
could just
5,
heal
you think
you.
the average is 20, so I'd be at 37 out of 53.
Or I could just like heal you, and then you could save that in case we needed that.
I'll use 5 and we'll see how it
Well,
goes.
Because you
can-
can't use that shit when you die, bro.
But you can use that during battle. Professional opinion, spells are
more important
more
than hit
important
dice.
than hit dice.
I'm just
what,
gonna
this
use
is
all
what
my
hit
hit
dice are
dice.
for.
I don't fucking care what that guy says, dude. Don't roll that shit.
It's 12:30.
Yeah, I do have to get going.
Yeah, we'll wrap it up.
41.
Nice.
3 off.
I get double. I rolled 3 dice and got 30 health.
Then do you get any spell slots back?
Nope.
Nice.
Really happy you put that guy into oblivion.
No, I just wanted.
What did he have before Sam
I wanted
hit?
to use it.
How much health did he have before Sam hit?
The Bodak? Or the Welk?
Yeah, the Welk.
Probably like 4 HP.
3.
Yeah. Every time I'm like, alright, I'm gonna just fucking murder this thing, I fucking flick him and shit's like, how do you want to do this? I'm like,
You finally get set up to the
me, I'm like describing some Naruto shit, like fucking ground's crumbling.
But with that short rest in this aftermath of what was a closer battle than most might have thought, this Bodak with this emanating psychic aura
Bitch ass.
and necrotic aura putting in some work on you guys. You make it through, throwing out some big spells, some big damage, some big moves, and you take a short rest, getting your horses wrangled up in the middle of this swampy marsh. Hopefully, grassland is on the horizon, ever closer to Gendro. That is where we are going to end tonight's episode.
Can we tell if... I know we just ended, but can we tell if those two were the ones making the sounds that they were hearing?
You know?
Well, I never heard it, doesn't it? I guess. Okay.
The world may never know, Johnny.
Thanks very much for watching, guys. This was episode 7 of Nat One Nights. Be sure to check our Patreon for the behind the scenes in the next 15 minutes here. Afterwards, you can get our reactions. And we'll get the VOD up on Patreon before it goes on YouTube, but eventually it will be up on our YouTube. You can find all our links around. Peace!